point, you're probably going to want to close those blinds too, because when the sun starts coming up, that's going to affect you. Dano, good morning. How are you?
Yeah, Dano, Tiger's on a roll.
What'd they charge you for the rest of the year, Dano? I'm getting close myself. I have to be honest, it's as much for the raise as anything else.
Yes, brown chicken, I did. It was early in the day, though.
10 seconds.
All right.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller.
Good morning, top of the morning to you. Welcome, Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. So glad you could join us this morning. We appreciate it. Trent Bally handling the co-hosting duties this morning. Trent, good morning. How are things in lovely Detroit this morning?
Well, it's a lot more glorious than it was on Monday because I know that, there were some storms and some thunder and whatnot, but it's fine. I'm doing just fine. I enjoyed watching you do your thing with your kid yesterday. That was fun.
Well,
but I'm ready to get back at it.
It is fun. It is fun. And thank you to everybody last night who came out for the Fantasy Football Summit with Dr. Roto. I think you all are a little smarter for what you learned last night. We talked ball for, right around 2 hours. So it was a good night, a fun night. I think everybody came out with a lot of information. So I hope you enjoyed it. For those of you that didn't, who knows? Maybe we'll do it again next year. But we did work out some things with Dr. Roto, and I don't know how much it helps our hometown audience where we're headquartered in Southwest Florida. But for Tampa and Jacksonville, Dr. Roto will join us Friday mornings, 9 a.m. throughout the football season. Kind of had to work out with Roto what I wanted, to be brutally honest, because no offense to all of you, and I don't want you to take it the wrong way, but nobody cares about your fantasy team. They don't care about my fantasy team. So asking whether I should start, wide receiver A or running back B in my flex spot doesn't do anything for the rest of the audience. And
it is one of the worst conversations you can ever be stuck in, is having someone asking you about their fantasy team or telling you about their fantasy team. Oh, I started this guy, or if I would have started this guy, I would have won. It's like, dude, no one cares about your fantasy team.
But what we'll try to do is give you advice if you're going to play daily fantasy, to give you some props on over-under, and things along those lines will be more of what we do with the good doctor on Friday. And as he said, Thursday's tough for him because a lot of things are not done yet, injuries, etc. He has more information on Friday to do a better segment. So Fridays at 9, Dr. Roto. Today, we'll continue on with our NFL North talk. We'll talk some Detroit Lions, which will make Trent happy. Anthony Bellino will join us in the 8 o'clock hour, as well as Pat Kirwan. And Pat has been doing his training camp circuit. He was in Pittsburgh and Baltimore. He was in Houston yesterday, had a great chat with DeMarco Ryans, the head coach there. I wanted to play after listening to that interview. And he also had a great talk with Minter there, the head coach in Baltimore, which I really enjoyed. So we'll dig down on that with Pat as well in the 8 o'clock hour. Between now and then, there's lots to discuss. Baseball last night, oh man, the Rays just keep on keeping on. They are dominating on this West Coast swing. The Yankees last night had a really nice come from behind victory with 4 in, the 7th inning to win 4-1 over Seattle at home. Boston lost again. So when you look at the American League now, there's the separation that was closed by the Red Sox is now 3 games between the Yankees and the Red Sox. The division's very tight. AL West, Rangers a half game back of Houston. The Tigers now 2.5 back of the Chicago White Sox. In the National League, things a little more spread out as the Braves and Dodgers each have 8.5 game leads in their division, but the Brewers have lost 2 in a row. The Cubbies keep winning. They've won 8 of 10. Chicago now just 4 back of Milwaukee. Milwaukee, who holds the best record in the game right now, but by mere percentage points over the Rays. The Rays with a 613 winning percentage. The Brewers with a 617 winning percentage. So this little 8-game win streak by Tampa Bay has them closing in on the best record in baseball. And, something happened last night that does not happen very often. And it happened in the Tampa Bay game where Wall's there, their shortstop, who doesn't hit he's not known as a hitter, obviously. He's a tremendous defensive shortstop. and Taylor Waz hit his first 2 home runs of the season. He did so from each side of the plate, which
incredible.
Which you go this long into the season to get a home run, and then you belt 2, 1 from each side. That's pretty interesting to me. So great night for the Rays as they keep on keeping on.
I've always thought that hitting a baseball, period, is one of the hardest things to do in sports. And doing it from either side of the plate, that's a very underrated skill. It doesn't get talked about enough.
Well, not a lot of switch hitters left in the game, to be brutally honest. They don't want it. We, like everything else, we've specialized sports. We rely on the home run more than the base hit. So batting average, as David Sampson said on this show a long time ago, if we start paying guys for batting average, well, then we'd pay more attention to it. But we don't pay them for batting average. We pay them for driving in runs and hitting home runs. Right. So obviously, the art of hitting is very different today. The other thing that happened is Skeens lost again. He's only won, and I think it's 3 of his last 16 starts, and they pulled him after 65 pitches. And this is new baseball, and this is something that gets old-timers like me and some of you who love the game probably a little hot. He was pulled because my favorite word, and usually you have to put exit in front of this word to get me excited, his velo was down. And that's literally what the manager said. Not his velocity, his velo. Exit velo on ride, right. However you want to have it. But last night, the fastball wasn't popping, so they pulled him after 65 pitches. Again, they lost 2-0 last night. And Skeens gave up 2 runs
sports are kicking off,
on
and Dick's has the gear
good
to
gracious.
Perform your best.
2 runs
like Nike,
on
Jordan,
5 innings, and the velo wasn't there, so he got pulled. And 5 hits, 2 runs, only 1 of them earned. But again, the velo was down, so we've got to pull him out. The days of, and I guess this is just hard. This is something like, look at the 3-pointer in basketball. Football's more offensive than it's ever been, but it still seems, we don't get crushed over the middle the way we once did. We can't hit a quarterback late. But the game, at least to me, still has the appearance of the older game. Yes. Baseball, when a pitcher was struggling in the past, maybe this velocity, and I understand the investment we have in these guys. But Skeens, and I guess this is where it's interesting to me for Pittsburgh because his velocity's down and they now track everything. And so the fastball's not popping at over 100 miles an hour. He's throwing 95. So instead of a guy getting through 7 innings on guts and guile, we just pull him. Now, they didn't give up a run with their bullpen, so it didn't affect them whatsoever. And Perez for the Marlins was great. He threw 3-hitter through 7 innings. The bullpen came in and was darn near clean, giving up 1 more hit. But it's just changed, I think, for some of us, and it doesn't matter to the sport. And I guess, because I'm a golf fan, the kid, Jackson Koivu, who made the playoff, talked about it after. He wasn't playing well. Well, they can't pull him and put a relief golfer in. So he's got to figure out how to get it into the clubhouse without his A game. And we don't allow a pitcher to have any shot anymore of not completing a game unless they have their best stuff. And we just rely on relievers, and that's the game now. And it's something that I have to get used to because it's, I don't know, disheartening. And I don't know if that's fair to today's game.
It's not a good product. It's not. Like, we talk about how we've belittled hitting. Now we're belittling pitching. It's like, what do you watch baseball for now, Mark? Like, I understand that 65, that's extreme. But even capping it at 80 pitches, guys should go way more than that.
Well, see, it's hard for me to say it's not a good product because the relievers are all so much better. They also throw so much harder. It's a different product. I won't fault putting relief pitchers in for discrediting the product. I don't like the fact that guys don't put the ball in play and everybody swings for the fences.
Sure.
And we don't have nearly the defense that we used to have. So it's fascinating to me that a top end starter is not given the opportunity to pitch more than 5 innings, even though he only gave up 1 earned run because his velo was down.
Right, and they lose 2-0. Like, they can't give him any run support either.
Well, and that's what's been going on with Skeens all year. That's why he's only won 3 of his last 16 starts. They don't hit the ball, and they needed bats and didn't get them. And that pitching was pretty good, is pretty good off the starting end. And the Pirates are, they're not a good team. There's a lot of that out there. So I am used to that part of it. But it was something that struck me as I was getting into the starting five last night and this morning, going, okay, are we going to, we're just not going to let pitchers go. And there are exceptions to every rule. There was a complete game last night. There were guys that went into the seventh. There were really good pitching performances. But a guy like Skeens, because to me, and this is where and this is I guess a personal issue that I have. If I'm managing Skeens, if I was managing Skubal in Detroit this year, when I know we're going to trade him, I don't care about his pitch count. I don't care. He's going to leave me. He's pitching for himself, so I'm going to manage for myself.
But then I don't want to accuse Skeens of this, but I'm just curious, Mark, do you then think that maybe it's the player?
Not at all. Skeens said so after the game. Skeens said after the game, I would have liked to pitch more. I understand they explained why they took me out. I get it. But no, it's not. In that case, it's not the pitcher.
I get it, but at the rate that it happens.
In Skubal's case, there's a lot of reasons to believe that it was. He didn't, in that game against Seattle last year, he didn't fight to stay in the game and pitch one more inning. There was a time, you go back to the Jack Morrises of the world, he'd look at the damn manager and say, go away. Get away from me.
Yeah, F off. I'm on this mound. This is my mound. This is my game. I understand. I just think I think we put a lot on the managers, and we should, because I think the analytics have not ruined the game, but lessened the game, lessened the product. But I also think there's something to be said for if the pitchers would fight to stay out there a little bit more, Mark. Maybe they would. I don't know.
It's not the game today. I mean, there's a great story of Rick Sutcliffe, who had given up back-to-back home runs, and I think it was at Cincinnati, and Jody Davis comes out, and Sutcliffe's basically telling him to get his you-know-what back behind the plate, and he gives up a third home run, and the pitching coach comes out, and Sutcliffe's blowing up at the pitching coach the same way he did at the catcher, and the pitching coach just calmly looked at him and said, I just came out here because they shot off fireworks after a home run. He goes, I just came out here after 3 home runs because I want him to be able to reload the fireworks. And Sutcliffe went bananas, but they left him in the game. Just a different game. It's a me thing, not a you thing. I've got to get used to it. But a good night of baseball. Let's celebrate the positive. The Rays with the big win. A lot of football to talk about. Magic numbers, 17-28.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. Capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real. If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller & Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller & Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest, now try the best. Miller & Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
This is Miller & Moulton.
No, I'm going to start today. This isn't necessarily for those people that are in this room. This is more for
Just needed to make sure the volume was good for that, kids. Might play the whole 2 minutes and 17 seconds. Just haven't decided whether I'm going to do it now or later.
Is that what was planned during the segment?
No. That just was, I popped on
Just
a
an ad or
box.
something?
An ad popped on the box. When ESPN, for whatever reason, I can't, even when I have it, a mute one thing, sometimes it pops on.
Yeah, it's annoying.
I'm dead stroke. I'm with you, my man. I'm with you. Give me 1 second.
Who was at the summit last night? I wanted to go. I texted Mark. I was entertaining the idea of going down there, but money. You all right over there?
Oh, I'm fine. I had some hair sticking up and it bothered me. I actually, I shower, I brush my hair, and it's so short that it spikes up on me, and that had me bothered. So,
well, I heard you grunt, so I just wanted to make sure.
No, I just had to get up.
But yeah, things go well last night?
They did.
Good. My mouth is so dry this morning.
Well, I mean, did you brush your teeth? You got up 4 minutes before the show started.
Oy.
Adam, you may be right. I may have to moose in the morning. Not my nature. Not my nature at all.
You don't ever do like product in your hair ever?
If I go out, on a Tuesday, on a Wednesday morning, no. No,
Okay.
no, and no.
Well, I don't blame you.
If I'm going out to dinner with the wife, there's a chance. But again, I'm yet to have a haircut in 2026. So, I mean, I had one when they shaved it, when the crap was falling out of my head.
Right.
And thank you, Jay. I appreciate you. Oh, wow. This is an old, someone sent an old clip of the Miller and Moulton show to me.
How old?
Old. When David used to come to the house and we do the show. This is
COVID?
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Thanks so much for joining us. 17-28 till the start of the football season. We are a mere 17 days away from. I'm getting more excited about week 0. I've got to be honest with you. North Carolina and TCU with the debacle that's going on in Chapel Hill. I'm fascinated. Between Lombardi, the GM, being placed on leave because of some workplace issue that we will never find out about because, well, that's how North Carolina operates. And then now Stephen Belichick with a medical emergency or a medical leave of absence, something else that we know nothing about. And it's where I've actually leaned into my son Jake, who helped out yesterday. He's in North Carolina. He's got a lot of friends who are either North Carolina fans or North Carolina haters, and they're not hearing anything. And I'll dig a little deeper to find out. And again, the Lombardi thing, I'm probably more interested into what happened. If Belichick's son medical emergency, whatever that may be, do we need to know?
Probably not. No, it could just be a huge coincidence, but it is shady timing. You're exactly right about that.
Yeah, it's just I think transparency here would be better.
I do too, because you can always, and again, I'm not speculating that this is like fake news, but I'm just saying you can always say medical emergency, and that's how, you could be talking about mental health in that case,
right.
So who knows what's going on?
But it allows us, and we're not going to get, but it allows us to make a bunch of different conclusions,
right?
And I think it would be much simpler to tell people what's going on. But again, that's up to them. But anyhow, they play TCU, and North Carolina State plays Virginia. And the more I dig into the ACC, the more interested I am in that game. Because Virginia was pretty decent last year. They're a very old team. They're 7.5 number. That was one of Jake's sleeper teams yesterday. He thinks they're an over. North Carolina State is a team that always, and I mean always, underperforms. But their head coach loves their quarterback. So to me, it's a game that I think will maybe have some repercussions later in the season. If North Carolina State's going to be legit in the ACC, well, they have to win. If Virginia is going to try to get to the championship game, then they have to win. So it's a big early season game. So I just think it's worth paying attention to in that conference. But obviously, baseball last night. We're closing in on football. Training camps yesterday. The Bucks and Jets apparently got after it. I mean, already there were 4 or 5 fights, and Gedeke was involved in a couple of them. It was mainly offensive line against defensive line for the Jets. And this David Bailey kid for the Jets, by all accounts, is the two things that I read about yesterday. One is that Bailey from the Jets is in the backfield every damn play, that this kid looks like the real deal. Well, that kind of makes me feel good because I was the guy raising my hand before the draft saying this is who I'd take it to. Because there was a couple of players, and I thought Bailey was the guy to take. Secondly, Reuben Bain was quiet yesterday. Those were the words by those at camp. And J.P. Peterson yesterday talked about how good Baines looked, how much he's been a big star of camp so far. But yesterday was the first day they strapped him on with another team. And Bain was quiet. That's literally off of what the people covering the Jets. They talked about how bad the Jets offense looked. They talked about how bad Geno Smith was, that he threw one pick. There should have been another. And then he threw a third and 7-7 drills. That does 7-7 drills are where quarterbacks are supposed to excel. They're not supposed to make mistakes and throw interceptions. And the fact that Geno did there, already we're going same old Jets. Well, they're going to be one of the bottom teams in the league. But
I think they're the worst team. I was going to ask you, who do you think is going to be the worst team in the NFL? Who's picking first overall in the draft?
The Miami Dolphins. The Miami Dolphins.
Okay, the Dolphins are up there too, but the Jets, the Jets are that bad. You're exactly right, Mark. All these things that they have to look forward to, they're young guys and they're, allegedly defensive mastermind head coach. None of it is coming to fruition for them.
Well,
and
he's
Geno
your
Smith
defensive
is only
guy.
the tip of the.
He's your defensive mastermind. I mean, I don't know how we call him a defensive mastermind. He was a defensive coach in Detroit, and Detroit's defense has stunk.
Yeah.
And that's why I don't know what the difference is going to be there. But what the problem to me is when you look at the Jets offense, there's actually a little bit of talent there. Now, I know the tight end that they drafted has been banged up and he's not participated. Sadiq there that I love. So he didn't play because he's a little banged up. But I mean, Garrett Wilson's a good player. Breece Hall's a good player. That offense I don't think it should be awful. Last year, you're right. I mean, they didn't have an interception last year. Think about that.
That was insane. That was one of the most bizarre stats I've ever seen. Could you imagine watching your team every single week and never having an interception? You never force a turnover. You never have like a game-breaking play. Like, oh, that was bizarre. That was absolutely bizarre. And I'm not sure if they ever had like a pick that got called back or anything, Mark. So I don't even know if they had that level of excitement. But going all season, like I said, with a defensive head coach and never having an interception that's tough to do, man.
His name's probably at the top of the hot seat list to start the season. Aaron Glenn, if things do not get off to a good start for the Jets, that's probably the guy who could see his job ending very soon. And they opened at Tennessee for what it's worth. And I know we don't have a ton of Jets fans out there, but Tennessee's another team. You know, a lot of people think they're going to improve. By the way, Tennessee and the Niners yesterday, they had the dual practice. They had like 4 or 5 fights. So was listening to a lot of coaches yesterday, former coaches and former GMs, and trying to figure out where to put the blame, because this isn't the 1970s and 80s where we want to see training camp fights. There was a time when coaches loved this stuff. You can go back, you know, and I know it's a movie, but you go back to North Dallas 40 where the guy playing Landry, they start fighting and they kind of let him go for a while before they break it up. Well, now coaches are preaching discipline. Coaches talk about it. In fact, the fighting was so bad in the Jets-Bucks practice yesterday that apparently the team leaders from the two teams got together after practice, because these dual practices now have become such a big part. You'll hear Pat talk about it later. Pat's talked about this on the show for years. The dual practices are important for a lot of reasons. One of the main ones is that, one, we play less guys in preseason than ever before. But two, you can work on situational stuff in a dual practice that doesn't even happen in a preseason game. There's no way to know in a preseason game if you're going to run a 2-minute drill. Well, you can run the 2-minute drill. You don't know if you're going to have a goal line situation in a preseason game. You can run 20 goal line plays in a dual practice. So sometimes these fights have gotten so bad that teams have canceled practice, and you can't. You only get so many of these. We only allow these guys to hit so much in practice. It's not 3 a days like the 70s. Hell, it's not 2 a days anymore. So you've got limited time to try to get in the work. And by all accounts, the 2 dual practices yesterday, Tennessee and the Niners, a bunch of fights, the Jets and Bucks, a bunch of fights. So we'll see if that's something that continues, because tomorrow night, for all of you football geeks, preseason football starts for a bunch more teams. One of those is the Lions, and we'll talk the Lions later today. They've already had a rough training camp. They lost their center. They signed him to a multi-year deal, trying to fix that line. He's done for, 3/4 of the season, Trent?
Yeah, it's looking like Christmas time is what it's looking like. And that is a huge blow. You're right, because ever since Frank Ragnow retired a couple of years ago, the Lions have been trying to rebuild that O-line. So I'm sure we'll get into that with Pat, and we'll get into that with Anthony Bellino at 8:38. But that's a big blow.
No doubt. Miller and Moulton, I've got a poll question for you coming up that has to do with preseason football. We've got some stuff to talk about in the good old WNBA, but the starting 5 is next.
The Floormeisters just doesn't sell Core-Tech and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web, It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Buying or selling a home? Put a local expert to work for you. I'm Mark Miller with McWilliams Buckley, and I believe real estate is about more than transactions. It's about helping people make the right move, from pricing your home to negotiating the best deal. I'll be with you every step of the way. Call or text me today, 239-425-5582. That's 239-425-5582. Experience, local knowledge, and a personal difference. That's what I'll bring to the table.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Ambient, you'd have been so happy last night at the summit. There were some Broncos fans there. And by the way, just for you, Dr. Roto's big on your guy Bo Nix this year. Big on Bo Nix. Oh, you don't even want to be on camera anymore? All right, look at her, see it. Did you get my text? Did you do anything about it? Yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
The only thing in there is the hoodie because I'm wearing it.
All right.
And shingers.
All right, you can leave that open if you're leaving.
I know you care. Stop. You're calling me.
Do not put him on me.
Stop calling me.
Ambient, that's pretty funny. There's not a huge Denver fan base. I told you because I was shocked that someone walked in with Denver gear on, and he had his wife with him. And I said, "Oh, you guys are Broncos fans?" And she went, "He is." So there was one. I mean, it's not like Pittsburgh or Green Bay or Cleveland. People don't leave, and the reason is it's not a knock on Denver. People that live in Colorado generally don't leave Colorado. They like it there. They like the lifestyle. Denver people are obviously very different than the rest of that state. So that's kind of interesting in and of itself. But it was good. It wasn't great. It was good.
You know what other state is like that is Oregon.
Yeah, most West Coast states. I mean, first off, the people move there for a reason. But
the entire state hates Portland.
Yeah.
Like Portland runs everything. They decide all the elections and everything, and then everything outside of Portland.
Portland and Eugene, which is smaller, but Eugene's just as hippie as Portland.
Yeah, I got you. But yeah, I was there last summer. My brother played a show out there, and I realized, everyone you talk to, they're like, don't go to Portland. I'm like, why not?
I've been
learned quickly what that's about.
I like Portland. I mean, it's not what it was when I first started going there. It's just that they have a huge homeless problem and they don't know what to do about it.
Yeah. So Maddie's back at school?
Started Monday.
Yep. Is she gone yet? What time does she leave?
She's leaving right now.
Gotcha.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Trent Valley filling the chair today. For those of you that don't know, and I will start saying it less and less because I think most of you are aware, but last Friday was David's last show. Health reasons have caused him to retire from Miller and Moulton. So we're working on what we do going forward. But for the moment, Trent's doing 4 shows a week with me. And on Tuesdays, we're kind of figuring it out as we go. So
big shoes to fill for me. Puts me in a lot of pressure, But, Mark, I think every show we kind of figure things out a little bit more. So just keep the ship going, and you've done a great job of that. So hats off to you, but also our hearts go out to David Moulton, of course.
Without wasting any time, let's get to what we do now. It is
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting Five.
Well, as I mentioned earlier, Taylor Walls hit his first 2 home runs of the season, 1 from each side of the plate. He drove in 3, and the Rays tied a team record with 6 dingers. 12-4 over the Athletics last night in Sacramento.
What's more impressive, Mark, hitting 6 home runs in a game or not having a pick for the entire season?
Not having a pick for the entire season. The victory stretched Tampa Bay's winning streak to 8. Caminero, Diaz, Victor Mesa Jr., and Carson Williams all added home runs for the Rays. They've scored 22 runs in the first 2 of this series with the Athletics. It's their 6th ever 6-homer game. The last one they did was against the Twinkies back in 2001. It's only the 2nd time that Walls has had a multi-home run game. It's the first switch hitter franchise. He's the first switch hitter in franchise history to do this more than once, doing it from each side of the plate. Nick Martinez gave up 4 runs and 8 hits, and he threw a complete game. The 36-year-old struck out 5 with 0 walks in the win. Miami, a 2-0 win over Pittsburgh. Yuri Perez pitched 7 scoreless innings, taking on Paul Skeens and winning the battle between the 2 young pitchers. Perez has a 1.94 ERA over his last 11 starts.
I have to laugh at the Skeens thing. I'm sorry. I feel so bad for that guy.
Why?
And
Why do you feel bad for Paul Skeens?
Because he never gets run support, his team sucks, and his manager doesn't let him pitch more than 65 pitches. It's ridiculous.
He's 2 years away from getting the biggest contract in the world. And he's
God
not
bless
going to
him.
be in Pittsburgh.
The Dodgers will be happy.
Esteury Ruiz hit a solo home run for Miami. The Yankees come from behind in a 7th-inning rally, taking down the Mariners 4-1. The Yankees got a couple of runners on base and then started moving them around with a bunch of base hits and a walk off the relievers. And the Yankees now 17-10 in their last 27. They're 3 games ahead of Boston. Boston has the last wild card, or for the top wild card spot, I should say. The Mariners dropped their 5th straight and fell for the 14th time in 19 games. During this stretch, Seattle has been held to 3 runs or fewer 13 times. Toronto, a 5-3 win over Boston. Rookie Brett Bateman had 2 RBIs and 2 hits as Toronto defeated the visiting Red Sox 5-3. They've won the first 2 of the 4-game set. Boston reinstated Adley Rutschman from the injured list. He went 1 for 3 in his debut with the Sox. Kevin McConaughey drove in 3 runs as Detroit won for the 8th in 10, topping Cleveland 6-4. He had a 2-run double and an RBI single. Javi Baez scored 2 runs, but Riley Green left the game after the 2nd inning with right hamstring tightness. He was hit by a pitch, still scored, but came out of the game after that. Drew Anderson gave up 1 run and 4 hits and 4 innings as the starter for Detroit. Chicago, the White Sox drop a game to Cincinnati 5-4 in 10. Ellie De La Cruz had the game-winning RBI in the top of the 10th as Cincinnati erased a 4-run deficit with the win against Chicago. They didn't get any offense off the starter, but the Reds got going in the 8th, where they closed it to 4-4 and won in extras. Baltimore topped the Twins 5-2. Gunnar Henderson, 3 for 5, a double and a 2-run homer. Pete Alonso, 3 for 4. He also had a 2-run homer as they have split the first 2 games of the series. Brandon Young held the Twins to 2 runs on 6 hits in 6 innings. Cubbies, 8-6 over Washington. Alex Bregman and Suzuki each had 2 hits, including a solo home run. And the Cubs with a 2-run victory. Pete Crow Armstrong also homered for Chicago. They've won 7 of 8 and have closed the gap to 4 in the NL Central. Atlanta topped the Mets 4-0. Martin Perez threw 6 scoreless innings. Ozzie Albies and Matt Olson each had home runs for the Bravos as they evened the 3-game series. Good work by the bullpen as they had basically a perfect night in 3 innings. St. Louis, a 2-0 victory over Philadelphia. Mason Wynn broke the scoreless tie in the 7th with a 2-out single. Everson Pereira had a solo home run in the win over the Phils. St. Louis now closed to within 3.5 games of Philadelphia in the National League wildcard race. The Phillies, the Diamondbacks, and now the Padres are tied for the last 2 wild card positions. So 3 for 2 right now. The
Little
Phillies,
side note, just quickly, a lot of homers in baseball last night.
That's the game.
If you like the long ball, yes, and that is the game. You're exactly right. But last night was a perfect example of how influential and impactful it can actually be.
Phillies 0 for 7 with runners in scoring position. Harper hit into 2 of Philadelphia's 4 double plays. The Angels topped Texas 3-2. Zach Neto went 2 for 4 with an RBI and a run, and the Angels held on to snap a 3-game losing streak. Jock Peterson homered and walked 3 times. The home run was a leadoff. It was his 7th leadoff home run of the season. San Diego pounded Milwaukee 11-2. Luis Rengifo launched his first grand slam of his career. Tatis moved into 2nd place on San Diego's career home run list as they pounded the Brewers. They banged out 17 hits. Every starter collected a hit before the 6th inning ended. Walker Buehler, 7-5 on the season. pitched 6 good innings, allowing only 3 hits and a run, walked 2 and struck out 5.
Tatis being second in homers in their franchise history, that's crazy to me because I still view him as a young guy, Mark. And he's not, I understand. He's been in the league for, 6 years now?
He's not old, but they don't hit. When you think of San Diego, do you think of big home run hitters?
No, and that's a good point.
I mean, they got a lot of guys that had already played another, like the guys I'm thinking of all played somewhere else first before they got to San Diego. Colorado 3-2 over Arizona. Kyle Karros hit the tying home run. He left with an injury. In the 3-2 victory, they're even through 2 games in the series. The Rockies have beaten the Diamondbacks 3 times this season. And Sagano, I was going to try to botch his name. Tomoyuki Sagano, he pitched for the win. He's won all 3 of the games that the Rockies have beaten the Diamondbacks in.
That's wild.
San Francisco, a 4-1 win over Houston. The Astros stay on top, however, because of the loss by Texas. The big news really in the game, though, is Jose Altuve left the game shortly after getting hit in the left foot by a pitch in the first inning. Scans were negative. He will go for more testing today. The Dodgers in 10 beat Kansas City 5-4. Max Muncy, a game-ending single in the 10th. Blake Snell gave up 1 run over 6 in his return from an elbow injury. Mookie Betts hit a home run and added the game-tying single in the 8th as the Dodgers won consecutive games for the first time since July 29 and 30. NFL news. Yesterday, CBS had their PR day. And, well, CBS Sports President David Burson said about Tony Romo, it's an evolving situation and we are still assessing. There is no timetable or final decision at this time. Yeah, there is. He's fired. Minnesota yesterday announced that Kyler Murray is the starting quarterback, to no one's surprise. Bad news in Chicago. We had Scott Lewis on the show yesterday, and he talked about what's going to be up with Kobe Bryant. Well, after we were done, Ben Johnson announced he'll be out 4 to 6 months. They had originally reported 8 to 10 weeks. This takes him out for maybe the entire regular season. Ravens corner Nate Wiggins carted off in practice with a left leg injury. Minter said after practice that he's undergoing tests and uncertain about the severity of the injury. Puka Nacua left practice with groin soreness. Myles Garrett sat out practice. Talk yesterday that Nacua may be suspended for all the off-field things that happened this year. Adam Schefter reporting that yesterday.
Yeah, that's another one where transparency would do the Rams better. So I really hope that we get more news on that today.
Alec Pierce, according to general manager Chris Ballard, did not receive a second PRP injection. It was reported yesterday that he did. He has dismissed the report. A little college football news for you. Phil Steele was pissed yesterday. Our guy who was on the show not too long ago, apparently somebody complained about the uselessness of a smaller edition of his college football preseason magazine. The problem was Steele searched Amazon and there were fake versions of his publication. So buy from the stores, Books A Million, or Barnes & Noble. That's the only place you get the real one. NBA announced it, and we talked about it late in the show yesterday. They have a triple header to open the season on a Tuesday. Hey, everybody, Pistons and Celtics at 3, the Knicks and Sixers at 7, and the Spurs and OKC to finish off the triple header. The Christmas games that were announced, Spurs and Knicks at noon, Heat Celtics 2:30, Lakers host the Sixers at 5 o'clock, Thunder and T-Wolves at 8, and Denver and Golden State at 10:30.
Can I ask you a question just quickly? What do the Pistons have to do to get a Christmas Day game? They haven't played on Christmas Day since 2005. They just won 60-plus games. We're the 1 seed. They have Cade Cunningham, an absolute superstar, a first-team All-NBAer. It's not like they only have one game on Christmas Day. They have 5 games.
Okay. Last year was a bit of a fluke. They got bounced early. And I will ask you right now.
7, but okay.
I will ask you right now. Are they better right now than they were last year?
Yes.
They are.
They've added shooting, and I'm assuming they're bringing Jalen Duren back because he hasn't moved on yet, and that's just a contract battle right now. But Mark, my point is, a third of the league plays on Christmas Day. There's 5 games.
Let's see. Spurs, Wemby, New York. I think that market's pretty good. The Heat have Giannis and are a long-time basketball tradition.
I understand all of that.
The Celtics, the winningest team in the sport. Lakers and Sixers, LeBron going back to L.A. I don't think they deserve it. They're not a team that people follow. They've not been good for that long. They came out of nowhere last year and blew it in the playoffs.
My point is they haven't played on Christmas Day in 20 years, and a third of the league gets to play. So I think the 1 seed from last year that has a first-team All-NBA should be worthy of consideration.
I don't think anybody cares about the Pistons unless you're in Detroit. I don't think that they have a fan base outside the city at all.
Okay, there's your answer. I just was curious what your opinion was.
You get so angry about Detroit things.
It's not so angry. Fun. It's just it doesn't make logical sense to me. That's all.
They're not a draw. They don't move the needle at all. Nobody cares about Detroit sports. They don't. They like the Lions right now because they like Dan Campbell.
And to your point, it's a TV show. Go ahead.
WNBA, Stephanie White, the head coach of the Indiana Fever, spoke before the game and went off. I hate the fear-mongering, the decisiveness, the stuff that is trying to hijack our league. Will not win. While she banged her fist. It won't win. We are united. We are connected. We will not be divided. Every day, these women put their ass on the line. Every day. When they go low, we go high. Love will win. Grace will win. Humility will win. And kindness will win. I stand by them. I will always stand by them. Everybody else can go to hell. How is kindness and everybody else go to hell in the same sentence? But that's
she used more cliches than me in that.
That's WNBA for you. And we'll talk more about that coming up. I may let you listen to the entire clip. Miller and Moulton, and that is at 7 minutes before the hour, the starting 5. 5 big stories and a WNBA rant that you needed to know. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Pelican Roofing of Florida, text line, wide open, 21,000 is the number.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller and Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller and Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest. Now try the best. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe. and
The
sound.
Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home? With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Buying or selling a home? Put a local expert to work for you. I'm Mark Miller with McWilliams Buckley, and I believe real estate is about more than transactions. It's about helping people make the right move, from pricing your home to negotiating the best deal. I'll be with you every step of the way. Call or text me today, 239-425-5582. That's 239-425-5582. Experience, local knowledge, and a personal difference. That's what I'll bring to the table.
This is Miller and Moulton.
He gets very angry when it comes to Detroit stuff. I feel like I'm texting with Ambien about Denver stuff. He takes it very personal. So you really think they got better?
Yeah, I don't know how much better. I just think they added better shooters. They kept Duncan Robinson. They got rid of Karis LeVert. They extended Kevin Huerter. They got rid of Stewart. I know you weren't a huge fan of his, or maybe you were. I don't know, but his antics were a huge distraction. So I do, and I understand if the whole argument is they're not a draw. Then
I'm not even talking about that. I'm asking you personally that you think they got better. Like I don't think they got better. That's all.
Yeah, I like the Okori kid they drafted. We'll see if Chaz Lanier can actually break into the rotation. I know I'm getting inside baseball now, so I'll stop. But I just think you've got 10 teams that get to play.
But they're Detroit.
I know, but
Cade Cunningham might be. That last year was the first year that he came on the scene. First year that he's been relevant in that league. You think he's a star? I agree. He had a great year last year. He's had one great year. If he does it 2 or 3 times, they'll get on Christmas. But it'll be because of their opponent, not them. They're not a draw.
Yeah. I totally get that. I do. I just they do like to spread the wealth a little bit, the NBA. And team hasn't played on Christmas since 2005. I mean, it's been 2 decades.
And the Knicks play every year at noon.
Every year.
Do you know why? They're the New York Knicks, okay? Yeah.
The Heat play every year. Do you know why? They're a tremendous draw. They've had a star there damn near every year of their existence.
Yeah.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller.
Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Trent Valley, fill it in the extra seat. Thanks so much for listening. Pelican Roofing of Florida text line is open. 21,000 is the number. 21000. If you've never texted the show before, you need to text the keyword Miller to 21,000, and then you can let it rip. All right. I have what I think's a decent poll question because of the time of year that we're in. Preseason football basically kicks off tomorrow. So for a lot of you, you are incredibly excited at the prospect of watching football. And I get it. I mean, the first preseason game did 7 million people. And tomorrow night, Packers and Steelers are the game we get on the NFL Network. Everything else, you need an app or NFL Plus or some other way to watch it. And I guess there's a doubleheader because Titans and Niners are on NFL Network. So they've got 2 games on, apparently on NFL Network. I don't know how they're going to pull that off because one starts at 9 and one starts at 7. Neither here nor there. The Packers announced yesterday that Jordan Love's going to play. Joe Burrow's going to play. My question to you, Trent, because you've got that. In fact, I'm amazed you don't have a Lions flag, but you have a Lions shirt on. If there's not a day that goes by that you don't wear clothing that has some sort of Detroit team, and you wonder why dating's tough for you, but it's pretty obvious, Stitch Fix, something, there's ways out there to help you, but that's for another day. Jared Goff, if he goes down, the Lions are toast. They are, whether it was Teddy Bridgewater, who just retired, or who did they sign? They just signed the backup Dobbs, right?
Josh Dobbs.
Joshua Dobbs, they signed. So that's their backup. Let's be honest. And this has been what David and I have been big on backups for a long time. If Jared Goff goes down for more than 4 games, do you think the Lions can make the playoffs? And I'm being serious here.
No, I don't.
Because they're in a tough division that I think, 10 or 11 wins the division. The problem is, I'm getting higher on the Vikings by the day because I think the Vikings have the best defense in the division, and I don't think it's close because Mike is going to miss 6 games.
Yeah.
I think the Packers would be close. The Lions don't have a defense. They've never had a defense. The Bears, I'm worried about their defense. Scott Lewis was as well. So I think the Vikings, while maybe the 4th best team in the division, have a good enough team. Put it this way. If the Vikings are playing the Lions with Jared Goff, the Lions are favored. If Joshua Dobbs is the quarterback for the Lions, my guess is the Vikings would be favored. So that's kind of the point I'm getting to. If they lose Goff for a substantial amount of time, you and I both agree they're not a playoff team. So with that being said, would you play Jared Goff in the preseason?
No, not a snap. I wouldn't play him. I wouldn't play Jahmyr Gibbs. I wouldn't play Aiden Hutchinson. I wouldn't play Amon-Ra St. Brown. I could go down the list. But I think you're onto something. I know you're onto something with the backup quarterback situation. The point is not if a guy goes down for the season, can you still do anything? Because most teams, Mark, you would agree, I think probably 27 of the teams in the NFL, if their starter goes down, they're cooked anyways, right? So,
but it's can your backup go 2-1? 2-2. If it's 4 games, can they go 2-2? If it's 3 games, can they go 2-1?
That's what I was getting to. Can you stay afloat if your starter pulls a hammy and is out for a month? And with the Lions, with Josh Dobbs, no, they can't. So we'll talk about that with Pat Kirwan, maybe a little bit, and then with Anthony Bellino in the 8 o'clock hour. But the Lions, you're exactly right. The backup quarterback situation is atrocious. It's one of the worst in the league.
It is now, and I thought they were okay with Bridgewater. But my question is more on preseason. The poll question today is, would you play your starting quarterback or your stars in preseason? Yes or no? It's as simple as that.
And it used to be, Mark, what was it? When there were 4 preseason games a few years back, it was the third one that was considered the dress rehearsal, if I remember correctly. Yep. And even then, Mark, they would only play the starters for a quarter or maybe a half. So my answer would be a no with a bullet. I'm curious what people are going to say.
I think it's no, and I think it's changed so much. And you go back even farther, Trent, Gary Danielson, who's been a friend of the show for as long as we've had one. Gary, when he played for the Lions, and again, this goes way back to I think, late 70s and 80s, they played 6 preseason games. He played in damn near all of them. And they played the majority of the time. Now, guys were getting back into shape, but this is why these controlled practices are so important.
Yes, and that's also why, like, the whole point of the preseason, the whole goal of the preseason has changed so much in the last 10 years. Because we know that teams want to cut down on them, but the owners don't because of money. It's a TV show. But you're exactly right. 6 preseason games? I mean, that's otherworldly.
Right.
That's ridiculous.
And look you saw the players play. David's talked about it. He never was able to go to Giants games. He went to Giants games in the preseason. But I'm just wondering, do you play your starting quarterback and or your stars in the preseason? Yes or no? Simple as that. That Mark Miller, Miller_Moulton on X in the Twitch chat room. It's pretty simple. You can just type 1 or 2. YouTube chat room, same thing. So preseason starting, different philosophies of different teams. You've got new head coaches that want to see things. Obviously, you got a guy like Mendoza with the Raiders. He's their future, but Kirk Cousins is their starter. So, yeah, Mendoza's going to get snaps. The kid in Pittsburgh who got hurt last year, former Ohio State quarterback. Oh, goodness, name escapes me right now. But, he's excited about starting because he didn't get any reps last year. So he's taking it very seriously. So I get the reasons. Carson Beck, people he looked good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's the other thing. You're exactly right. There are certain guys who are, let's just be honest, they're not going to make the team. So they want to get out there and play. There are certain guys that want to play in the preseason. Why jeopardize your starters when you really don't have to? Because another thing for me, Mark, is you talked about these joint practices and how you can simulate the 2-minute drill and you can work on whatever you need to work on. How much is a preseason game actually helping a starting quarterback who's been in the league for 12 years?
Not at all.
Like Goff is a perfect example. It's like, why does he need to play in the preseason? He doesn't. Sure, it might take him 1 or 2 practices with another team and different looks to get back up to speed, but he doesn't need preseason snaps for that. So don't put him in harm's way.
And Tim's question is, what about a rookie or a second-year quarterback that might need work? And I think it's a great question. I would still lean on the side of caution because they're not allowed to hit the quarterback in these joint practices. So I can still get him 11 on 11 work against a different defense that's running some schemes. Now, the preseason, the games, they're playing really vanilla defense. Yeah. Even in the practices, one of the things that, and we'll talk with Pat about a bit, but one of the things that I've been paying attention to is that you don't have to
give anything away. You don't want to run your actual scheme that you're going to run. You don't want to give anything away.
So, like Jaden Daniels, who's a guy I'm high on, are you going to start him with Tunsil now out and some left tackle who's you're putting your season on? I wouldn't do it. Would you? And there's a lot of people. This isn't a clear-cut answer, and I think every team could be different. But Pelican Roofing and Florida text line. I think everybody should take a few snaps in the first quarter. There's ready and there's game ready. And I think that's a great point. I disagree with you because I think you can get the live bullets, if you will, in the dual practices that you have typically in the 2 practices leading up to those preseason games. So it's just one of the things that's on my brain because I saw guys like Love and guys like Burrow are going to play. And we've said it for the longest time on this show. The only thing that matters in the preseason are the injuries. And yes, they can happen in non-contact drills. It's a violent sport. Guys get hurt all the time, turning the corner running. So I understand that it's fluky. So I just don't know what the right answer is. I do wonder, by the way, because with backup quarterbacks, like Anthony Richardson wants out of Indianapolis. They have not said anything like they're going to let him out. I wouldn't touch him. I have no desire. I don't think he's any good. I didn't think he was any good when he was drafted. He didn't play in college, and he got hurt in college when he did play. I mean, he wasn't good at Florida and couldn't stay on the field at Florida. But he's starting the preseason game. Is that a guy that, if you're a team out there looking for a backup, are you paying a little more attention to what Anthony Richardson's doing?
That to me, Mark, is what the purpose the preseason serves more than anything. And quickly, if I can just back up to the texter on the text line, text Miller to 21,000. That's the argument for if your answer to this poll question, would you play your starting quarterback in the preseason? If your answer is yes, that's the argument for it, is they're just going to play a quarter and then, so be it the rest of the way. I am just of the opinion that you don't play any of them. But Anthony Richardson, to answer your question, yeah, that's a perfect example of a guy who maybe you want more of a look at, and he kind of wants out too. So it kind of benefits both sides, if you know what I mean. But that's a unique situation.
So preseason football, lots of games tomorrow night. They've been having the joint practices all over the league. And for those of you that like preseason and want to see helmets and shoulder pads, you'll get a couple games on NFL Network, and then they show the replays of every game all weekend long. So for everybody that's mad, if you're mad about not seeing preseason, my advice to you is get NFL Plus. Pay for it. That's the world we're in. I mean, they only can put so many preseason games on. Every network will show a game because they get their guys ready. And I think we'll get a Nance and JJ Watt because they're now partnered up with Romo leaving. It moved Iron Eagles got a new partner as well. So they kind of unveiled all that at CBS yesterday. Those are things that matter to a lot of you more than they matter to me. I'm just watching. Half the time the games are on was silent. So, but JJ Watt, now the new partner of Jim Nance. And Tony Romo's done. I mean, those comments yesterday by the president of CBS Sports basically said to me, we're trying to figure out how much money we have to pay him to make this whole thing go away. When we come back, the magic numbers, 17 and 28. We will look at the best 28s to ever put on jerseys in the four major sports. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, plus WNBA head coach in Indiana made some comments. We'll react coming up later.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller & Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at @MarkMiller or me at @DavidMoulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller & Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest, now try the best. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Buying or selling a home? Put a local expert to work for you. I'm Mark Miller with McWilliams Buckley, and I believe real estate is about more than transactions. It's about helping people make the right move, from pricing your home to negotiating the best deal. I'll be with you every step of the way. Call or text me today, 239-425-5582. That's 239-425-5582. Experience, local knowledge, and a personal difference. That's what I'll bring to the table.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I thought they were, I don't have Xfinity, but I thought I read, in fact, I know I read that they worked that out for what it's worth, Ryan.
Well, I just got a noise complaint.
What, from a neighbor?
Yeah. I just explained what I'm doing. They're fine, but yeah. Sorry, that's why I shut my camera off a bit early. Someone was knocking on the door, so I just wanted to clear that up. I just said, I'm doing a sports show. They're like, oh my God, what channel? And then it's fine. So they might be tuning in. I have no idea.
I don't know if he'll play ambient. You got to understand. I don't know how good he is. I've always thought he held on to the ball too long. I've always thought he throws a very catchable ball. They revamped that. Yeah, they revamped that entire offensive line. I think they're going to be really bad. I don't think he sees the field in the first. I think Deshaun Watson's going to start at least the first half of the season.
Yeah, I totally agree. They have to at least try to salvage this Deshaun Watson thing. And if he truly is just bad, then yeah, they'll bench him and they'll move on because they're not going to be good. They're not going to win very many games. I think I've got them going 5-13. But that's just me. I don't know. Shador is an unknown. Yeah, PJ, you're probably right. The NBA on Christmas Day. This is our league. This is our day, LeBron says. Okay, then the NFL just starts getting cute. They take right over.
By the way, the 3 Christmas Day games for the NFL are Packers, Bears, Broncos, Bills, and Rams, Seahawks. There's not one NBA game I'd rather watch than any of that.
Those are 3 incredible matchups.
But then again, I don't watch the NBA until about March.
Well, Bears, Packers, that could be, I mean, Rams, Seahawks too, but like that.
Bills, Broncos could be for the 1 seed. Bears, Packers could be for the division. And
yeah.
Rams, Seahawks could be for the 1 seed and the division.
Yep, totally agree. Those are 3 incredible matchups late in the season like that too.
Well, Hunter is going to have to be the Deion Sanders of corners to live up to the hype, ambient, because he's not going to play both ways. So now it's
I don't even think he should play both ways, Mark.
Well, they're not going to. I mean, they've already said he's a corner now. I mean, he's going to come in for certain situations. They've got 3 good receivers, so they don't need him to play receiver.
Goal line, red zone kind of situations, maybe.
I don't think that's where he's. No, you want to get him in space moving with the ball. He's not a goal line threat.
Well, he's tricky though. I mean, he's kind of gadgety. Like, I think they could. I don't know. Depends how creative they want to get.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Thanks so much for listening. We appreciate it. Pat Kirwan coming up top of the 8 o'clock hour, and then we'll talk some Lions a little over an hour from now. But we are 28 days away from a rematch of that wonderful Super Bowl. Seahawks and Patriots. Wednesday night, the NFL gets things started.
I sense a little sarcasm there, Mark.
A lot of sarcasm. That was a horrible Super Bowl. That was a dreadful football game.
I agree. I know why you said what you said. That's all.
Dreadful Super Bowl. All right. 28 leaves a little bit to be desired in the numerical history of sports. In fact, I went through the NBA list and I really couldn't find a 28 that's worth mentioning. I mean, you've got one guy who, to me, maybe is someone that you like because he plays for the Lakers. Ryo Hachimura. That's the, I mean, but he's not a star. He's a nice player. But, I mean, that's that of recognizable 28s. And there's a decent amount of guys that are in the league that are wearing that number now. There's nobody, basically, to me, in the history that has been a 28 that you're going to go, ooh, that guy. So basketball's kind of out with 28s. I mean, yesterday with 29s, we had Paul Silas. That was it. So these are not historical numbers because most of the numbers were 15 and under, 25 and under, 35 and under, etc.
It's funny how you do hit like a dead zone with certain sports. You know what I mean? Like the high 20s, there's not a whole lot of basketball players that wear 29
because I don't
27 and
you really didn't wear those numbers forever. Right. And I don't even know, at the lower, like when I grew up and you played, junior high and high school basketball, the ref gave all the signals with one hand was the first number and the other hand was the second number. So you couldn't have anything that was, 55 was the highest number you could have. So
for a while, college sports was that way until I think 2 years ago, college hoop changed it. But it was that way for a long time because you're exactly right. The ref has to give, when he calls a foul, he's got to give the numbers on two hands. So you can't have 7 because that's 25.
And there's been a few of those, but they've kind of changed that. And obviously all numbers. Hockey, not great as well. Shel Samuelson, Brian Rafalski, Steve Duchesne are kind of like, but there are 2, Claude Giroux, who played for the Flyers and played for a couple other teams, but mainly as a Flyer, great player. Not, to me, not a Hall of Fame guy, but a really solid guy, good team guy, captain type guy. And then Ty Domi, one of the all-time great tough guys, had a leather face, couldn't cut it. Domi was a fun guy to watch play. And, he had a couple of great battles with Probert over the years that were fun to watch. Baseball, a little different. We've got some good 28s in baseball. Go old school for you. For our older audience, I've got 2 that are before my time. Veda Pinson, and this one I think I might have had a baseball card of his late in his career. Wilbur Wood, who played with the White Sox for a long time. All right, and then Cesar Cedeno played for the Astros. Had to throw him because I liked him. The Astros
Go ahead. Sorry.
The Astros always had a bunch of players that were not home run guys back in the day that hit for average, and they had good teams but never seemed to be able to really win divisions. And it was hard to do because they were playing the Dodgers and the Reds back then because the Reds were in the West, if you remember. and with the Big Red Machine, but there was always some good Astros players.
I was going to ask you about Prince Fielder.
I've got him on the list. He,
Okay.
good, not great.
Yeah.
Javi Baez currently for you Tigers fans as you're watching them make their run. Nolan Arenado is at 28 right now. He did a decent player.
Didn't JD Martinez wear 28 for a while?
He did. JD Martinez. Sparky Lyle wore it with the Yanks. Pretty solid. Pedro Guerrero back in the day wore it. Buster Posey was at 28. That's a pretty solid 28 right there. Yep. But I think the leader in the clubhouse, it's not even I think. I know from a baseball standpoint, Bert Blyleven, or as Chris Barman used to say, Bert be home by 11, wore it with the Twinkies. Fan of the show, friend of the show for many years, Bert Blyleven, the Hall of Famer, wore it. Football,
That's the one. That's the one right there. Go ahead.
We got some pretty sneaky good players. I'm going to kind of work my way up. And you may have a different order than I have, but to me, and this is at the bottom of the list, not the top. I'll go Corey Dillon first. And then Bucks and Falcon fans will say Warrick Dunn. Terrific player.
Yeah.
And by the way, a far better human being. Go look at all of the things, the homes Warrick Dunn has built for single mothers over the years because he was raised by a single mom. Warrick Dunn has done more good in this world than most teams combined. He is a super fantastic human being. So you got to mention Warrick Dunn. All right. Then these next ones you can put in whatever order you want. I'll start with Chris Johnson.
Yep. God bless him too. Fighting ALS, came out probably a month ago that he was fighting ALS. He already can't speak. So yeah, shout out to Chris Johnson. Mark, I got a quick funny story. It's not even a story, just an anecdote. That's the only non-Detroit Lions jersey I've ever owned is Chris Johnson on the Titans. And my heart goes out to him.
Getting away from the cop speed, one of the great lines ever uttered during a broadcast. Darren Woodson, terrific 28.
Adrian Peterson. I'm sure you were getting there, but I mean, that to me, that's the one. And by the way, I do this off the top of the head because that's what David did. I try to honor David in that way. I know you look him up, so you have you've got the facts, Mark. I try to go off the rip. So
no,
to me, when I think 28, Adrian Peterson, that's instant.
Right. But Darryl Green, Hall of Famer, cornerback. I mean, that's might
another
be,
good one.
That might, Fred Taylor is another terrific 28, but
is Jonathan Taylor wearing 28 right now for the Colts? I think he is. I'm usually good with this stuff, but I can't think of. I think he's wearing 28.
But when I think of 28s, I got to go Marshall Faulk.
Yeah, and see, that was just before my time, and then right when my time hit was AP. So I mean, that's why I think of Adrian Peterson. But
so 28 days away from the start of the NFL season. But Darryl Green, Marshall Faulk, AP, those are all, you separate them how you want.
Yeah.
That's
it's a football day for sure. It's a football day today. There's no doubt.
So, and AP will be running into the Hall of Fame next year. We talked about that a bit earlier this week because you've got
Monday.
You've got AP and Gronk that are walking in, first ballot guys. Ben Roethlisberger's on that list. And then Richard Sherman. I mean, to me, those guys are all Hall of Famers. I don't know if they all get in next year. So
that's why I don't like how they put a cap on how many guys can get in per year. Because you know what I mean, right, Mark? Like certain years, you might have 11, but then certain years you might have 3. So why does it really matter?
I like the 5. I don't like the Hall of Very Good. I like how difficult it is to get into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. What my bigger problem is right now is that the way the voting goes, you are only allowed to vote for X number of players, and they're not putting 5 in. When they're only putting 4 in with so many guys
lined up
who are there, that's where I think they're going to have a bigger problem.
Yeah, and I understand. And don't get me wrong. I think the NFL, I said this Monday and I completely doubled down on it. It's the best Hall of Fame because it's the hardest to get into and they do it the right way. They don't just let everyone in. It's not the Hall of Very Good, which is what, unfortunately, the Basketball Hall of Fame has become. But I guess my point is just when you have guys that are truly worthy and you have guys that you know who are voting, you know they know their stuff, they know ball, let in 6. Let in 7 if you have to. Hall of Famers are Hall of Famers, Mark. You and I said that Monday. It's a snap reaction thing. If you have to hesitate, they're not a Hall of Famer.
Miller and Moulton, when we come back, going down a road I didn't think I'd do 2 days in a row, but we'll do it next.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller and Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller and Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest. Now try the best. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Core-Tech and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Ambient, this is where your youth gets in the way. Not close. And I will bet anything you want to bet before DC answers that he does not agree with you. Not close. Hell, he's third in his division at best all time. Because I'll take Sweetness and Barry Sanders all day. That's just in his division. Yep, we did Bly-Levin go Raiders. I mean, I'd take Eric Dickerson before I'd take him. The Emmitt Smith one's interesting because Emmitt was terrific, but man, that line was good. I don't know. You mean we're not, before my time, but you can't have a running back list without putting Jim Brown on it. For the record, Barry Sanders' dad
says Jim Brown's the greatest.
Jim Brown was better than his kid.
No, it's running backs are, it's one of the hardest, I would say, outside of offensive line or maybe like linebacker. It's one of the hardest positions to like rank because, of course, I'm biased. I'll say Barry, but I think a lot of people would say Barry. And then after that, it's like, of course, Jim Brown. Even like some of the newer guys would say Marshall Faulk. Some of the newer guys would say AP,
But Ambient, this is just where your youth gets in the way. You're a young guy, not knocking you for that. But when you say Adrian Peterson's the best running back of all time, you show your youth. That's all I would say to you.
Yeah, I'm young too, and I don't even think that. Ambient, what year were you born? Because you say in my lifetime. I mean, I think we're about the same age. Because I would argue in your lifetime, yeah, it probably has been, okay, 2000. Yeah, I would say it probably is AP.
Or LaDainian Tomlinson.
AP's the last non-quarterback to win MVP. So, I mean, that's a hell of an argument right there.
But that's 1 year. I mean, that's your.
I know, but I'm just saying he's done one thing that, none of the running backs since he and I have been born have done. And before that, actually, I think it was Barry in 97 was the last non-quarterback to win MVP. Excited to talk with Bellino, Mark. You'll like him.
We've had him on before.
Oh, you have? Yeah, he's very energetic. And he's Lomas's partner up here. They do their show together at 6 p.m. Ambient, I say Barry. I said that earlier. I'm not sure if you heard it, but how much time we got?
30 seconds, basically.
Okay, quickly. My dad, growing up, had this epic Barry Sanders box set DVD thing where it was just highlights and they were set to music and stuff. And that's how I know Barry. I didn't obviously watch him, so the nostalgia's off the charts for me.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Text line is open. It's the Pelican Roofing of Florida text line, 21,000 the number. Miller's the keyword. If you've never texted the show before, always love to get your comments. Poll question today, would you play your starting quarterback or your stars in preseason? Right now, the no's winning substantially in the YouTube and Twitch chat rooms, a little closer at Miller_Moulton on X. It would probably be smart if I reposted that at some point at that Mark Miller.
I will do the same. But I wanted to ask you, Mark, do you almost think that they're two separate questions? Because if I had to pick one, I'd play my stars, I guess. But I would not play the quarterback. And I'm not backing down on that. If you have an established quarterback who's a vet, who you know what you're getting, he does not need preseason reps to be game ready. So if you had to pick one or the other, would you go stars or quarterback?
Well, I would go stars, but, does Max Crosby need to play a preseason game? Does Myles Garrett need? I mean, Max Crosby, I'll just take out of the equation because the Raiders aren't going to be any good. The Rams are. The Rams are the preseason favorite to win the Super Bowl.
And they should
Myles
be.
Garrett is the best defensive player in the league right now. I mean, obviously they can't lose Stafford. I get it. But you just spent all that capital for Myles Garrett. Are you going to take a chance of something happening in preseason?
But it's yes, exactly. I'm on the same page as you. And it goes a little bit deeper than that for me because it's these guys, certain guys, don't want to play in the preseason because they're risking injury. And not
I
only
think
is
they
that,
just don't want to play in the preseason. I don't even think it's an injury thing. I think they just don't want to play.
but also money gets involved. But then on the flip side, Mark, you have players that are trying to make a roster or at least make an impression. Even if they know they're going to get cut by the Chicago Bears, they might get picked up late in the season by the Philadelphia Eagles or something like that, right? So you have that aspect of it too. Like, let the guys that want to play, and keep the guys out of harm's way that don't need to necessarily prove themselves. That's how I see it.
All right, I want to get to this. I can't believe I'm doing this 2 days in a row. Seth and I discussed it, but the head coach of the Indiana Fever went out of her way before the game yesterday to speak to the media. Her name's Stephanie White, and she appeared for her regular pregame and said, I'm talking first. So I'm going to play the whole clip because I don't think it's fair to her to piece the highlights or lowlights, if you will, together. This is the whole thing. It is a little long. It's 2 minutes and 19 seconds. So I apologize for the length, but I want it to be in full context as opposed to pieced together. Here's pregame Stephanie White, the head coach of the Indiana Fever, because there have been a lot of people who are calling for her job by her not defending her players and sticking up for DeJounte Carrington, who basically took out Sophie Cunningham, and the appearances on the court was that she didn't look out for her player, and then after the game did not stick up for her player. Here is the Indiana Fever coach pregame yesterday.
No, I'm going to start today. This isn't necessarily for those people that are in this room. This is more for an online community that's trying to create narratives that simply don't exist. Trying to create a fabrication or distortion of who I am, of what I'm about. Our players' success, our players' health and wellness, our players' safety is always a top priority for me. One of the things I pride myself on is my relationships with players. For those who have anything to say about the play in the last game, I didn't see the play in real time. I went straight to a press conference. I thought the play got called right. Thankfully, Sophie's okay. Was it egregious? Absolutely. When you have a chance to watch that over and over and over on replay, you can see that. I didn't have that in real time.
Were there any
I take personally any suggestions that I don't 100% always have my players back. I ride with them 10 toes down all the time. All the time. They know that. It's a shame that we can't have an opportunity to talk about what great basketball they're playing. Because they are f***ing playing. The reality is, with me, I will always lead with love. I will always lead with grace. I will always lead with humility. And I will always lead with integrity. Doesn't mean I'll always get it right. I'm also human. The hate, the fear-mongering, the divisiveness, the stuff that's trying to hijack our league will not win. It won't win. We are united. We are connected. We will not be divided. Every day these women put their ass on the line. Every day. When they go low, we go high. Love will win. Grace will win. Humility will win. And kindness will win. I stand by them. I will always stand by them. Everybody else can go to hell.
That is the head coach of the Indiana Fever. Grace, love, humility, and everybody can go to hell. I'm not sure how you can read a prepared statement. No, I'm serious here. Now,
no, I know.
What's
the definition of an oxymoron? What's the definition? I mean, it's two things that are completely opposite.
People want her job. That's where her comments come from. And there have been people from Dave Portnoy to Linda Cohn and everyone in between. I said it yesterday. She, in my opinion, should have been fired for not sticking up for her teammate. So she's talking to me. Not that obviously she listens to me, but this is who she's addressing. Yesterday, Seth made a comment that the commissioner of the league is tone deaf. I would argue that she is as well. Because if you listen to that and watch that, Stephanie White's banging her fist on the table, talking about love and grace. There was nothing graceful about her speech. Her players may have her back. For us to call for her job is probably a little bit out of bounds because, well, we're not in that locker room every day. We don't know that her players like her or dislike her. I do know earlier in the season that the star player of that team, you know, Caitlin Clark, the one that drives the bus for the entire league, had a verbal confrontation. Now, players and coaches do that all the time. It's no different than Brady and Josh McDaniel on the sidelines in the heyday of the Patriots. So I get that coaches and players can have conflicts that we see and don't truly understand. But love will win, and you can all go to hell. That last line's going to crush her. Even if you agree with everything she said for 2 minutes and 13 seconds, the last 4 seconds kill her.
And it's ironic because you're exactly right about how people will clip that and post it on the internet. And she started the whole thing by saying this is, targeted at an internet audience and whatnot. And you're right. When she talks for 2 minutes and they clip that end, it's a complete oxymoron. You can't say what you just said and then said, go to hell. I mean, that was the worst way to end that speech. But everything else she said, I mean, we can talk about that, Mark.
Well, what she said, I don't know if she has her players' backs. I've not seen anything to me that proved that she's had Caitlin Clark's back, that proved that she has Sophie Cunningham's back. She did not come out and look, in the whole trans thing has created a whole different mess. But It's a league that can't determine what the W stands for in WNBA.
Yeah, and you're right about that. I mean, that's a complete different beast. But I think specifically this little press conference outbreak that she had, I believe her. I do. I think she does have her players' backs. I think she genuinely does have their best interest in mind. She might not express it in the way that people want to see, but I also think, let's be honest, Mark, there's only really 1 or 2 teams in the WNBA that people care about, and one of them's the Fever. So, of course, she's going to have a magnifying glass on her 24/7. So I give her a little bit of leeway. I'm not saying woe is me for her, but I understand where she's coming from, where she's like, she won't say it out loud, but most of you guys only saw this clip because it's my team that's playing,
Well,
if the head coach of the Chicago Sky did that same thing, no one would say a word.
Well, here's the thing. I couldn't disagree with you more, Trent. I really couldn't. Everybody, first off, if you're the coach of the most popular team in the league, you have to understand that the magnifying glass is on you unlike anybody else in the league. Period.
Yes.
End of sentence. That's the first thing. The second thing is, this is not the first time that she's been criticized. The next thing is that to have that tone, to come after, to take an aggressive tone and tell everybody else how stupid they are and how I know what's best and you don't when your league's under criticism is the wrong approach. Don't tell me, and I'm not going to say just the 4 seconds. She talked about her grace and her humility. There was nothing graceful and nothing humble about what she said. It was a joke. And to say that her league is together and on the same page is the most laughable comment I've ever heard. That league, there is no continuity in that league. They have a big problem. They have a race problem. They have a gay straight problem. They have a trans problem right now. There's nothing about, if they want them to talk about basketball, then they need to get on the same page. It's not my job as someone who does what we do for a living, Trent, to get on the same page. It's my job to report on what's going on. And they're not on the same page. For her to get up there and try to tell all of us that league sticks together is an absolute joke.
Okay, so when you boil it down, I completely agree with you. I do. I really do, because you made a lot of good points there. And I understand that this is not the first time that she's made headlines. I guess my point is just, I give her grace in this specific situation. Maybe she picked the wrong situation to make her tirade, but I don't think she did anything wrong by, she's right. She doesn't have replay. She didn't see everything happen the way it did. And people just jump to conclusions right away, right after it happens and make assumptions about her. And I can understand why she'd be frustrated.
Okay, frustrated. But again, Trent, you name me the coach in the sport when their player gets cheap shotted that then sticks up for the opposition. You're the biggest Lions fan in the world, okay? Jared Goff gets speared by Micah Parsons, and Dan Campbell says, well, I think he made a hard play. He's a hard player out there. You would go nuts if it was to your guy.
Yes.
You go nuts at me because the damn Detroit Pistons aren't on Christmas and nobody gives a damn about the Detroit Pistons. You got your panties all up in a bunch about a team that no one cares about. And no one cares about this league. No one cares about this league except for the majority of the people out there don't give a damn about this league. But a lot of them love Caitlin Clark. I talked to a guy when I was giving blood at the cancer place, a 90-year-old man that watches every Caitlin Clark game that's played, and said out loud, I didn't even know they had a women's basketball league a couple of years ago. So when you tell everybody to go to hell and you say you're graceful and humble, you're not.
That part of it was awful, and that was an awful look, and I agree with what you said. Again, when you boil it down, Mark, I agree. I do. But if you're asking me for an example of like coaches that would like stick up for the opposition, John Calipari, Tom Izzo. But guess what? They also, what she also said was my players know that I have their back. And I don't know if that's true or not, but I know that that's
Tom Izzo, you think if Tom Izzo's player got cheap shotted, he'd stick up for the player that cheap shotted the player?
He's said plenty of times he's defended officials. He's also gone after officials.
No. Not officials, Trent. Did you see the play?
Yes, but what I'm saying is
she defended the player. She didn't talk about the official. She said she plays hard.
I'm trying to come Mark, I agree with you. I'm trying to come up with an example of like a coach that maybe doesn't necessarily go out of their way to defend their player. Like I think there are certain old school coaches that whether it's the opposition or the officials that they will stand up and say that. But look, I agree with you. I know. I get it. And this league, it's part of a bigger narrative that this league can't stay out of its own way. And we talk about that pretty much every time we talk about the WNBA.
Put it this way. If I'm the owner of the Indiana Fever, I've got her in my office. I would have never approved that speech. I would have never allowed that speech. And I might suspend her for what she did.
That's fair.
Her job's hanging on by a thread right now. And she thinks she has autonomy to tell the whole world to go to hell. Go pound sand,
and I don't agree with that at all. I don't condone that. I don't think it's right.
Miller and Moulton, your thoughts. 21,000 on the Pelican Roofing of Florida text line. Thank goodness we're 28 days away from the start of the NFL season. Pat Kirwan has been on his training camp tour. He was in Houston yesterday. He might still be in Houston. I don't know if he's left and traveled to spot 2. We'll find out in a matter of seconds. Pat Kirwan coming up next. We'll talk a little Baltimore. We'll talk a little Pittsburgh. We'll talk a little Houston. Those are the last 3 he's been to, and find out what he thinks about the Houston Texans. I was ready to play for the Texans yesterday after listening to his interview with D'Amico Ryans. We'll get Pat's take on everything he saw at Texans camp. We'll talk about the dual practices and some of the fights yesterday, and Lions talk coming up in 40 minutes time. Miller and Moulton.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller & Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at @MarkMiller or me at @DavidMoulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller & Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest, now try the best. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
The
sound.
Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home? With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000 depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
Buying or selling a home? Put a local expert to work for you. I'm Mark Miller with McWilliams Buckley, and I believe real estate is about more than transactions. It's about helping people make the right move, from pricing your home to negotiating the best deal. I'll be with you every step of the way. Call or text me today, 239-425-5582. That's 239-425-5582. Experience, local knowledge, and a personal difference. That's what I'll bring to the table.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Pat, can you hear me?
Can you hear me, Mark?
Oh, I hear you great.
Oh, okay, because there's something flashed before that I had no audio.
Oh, all right. No, we're good. We're good.
Yeah.
Where are you?
I am in Washington, D.C.
Okay, so you got Commanders and Dolphins practice today.
Commanders and Dolphins. That's why we went out. We were here 2 days ago in Washington because we did Baltimore. Then we flew out, did Kansas City and Houston.
That's Kansas City was the other one you were at. Okay, that's right.
So we wanted to get the two teams in.
I'm telling you, I've caught two. I was laughing listening to you Sunday when you were live. And then, Pat, I am just, and you know it, and you need a raise because, Pat, it doesn't matter when I get in my car, your show's on.
Well, today we have a live audience. Somehow Sirius has invited a ton of people to sit in with us and then have a Q&A with us after the show ends. So
good. That should be fun. Well, you like the fans, so that'll be fun.
I do like the fans, but it'll be like I also like to make my flight. We have to go to New Orleans tonight.
Oh goodness!
New Orleans is scrimmage in Jacksonville, so we're getting another doubleheader tomorrow.
Oh, good. So we finished our fantasy thing last night around 9:00 last night. I got out of there. I get in my car and I'm listening to NFL radio on the way to it because you weren't on. You were on early. So whoever was doing, what was it? It was Raiders camp. So whoever the guys, Rich Gannon and whoever he was working with. So I'm listening to that on the way to the fantasy event because I got there a little before 6. I get in the car at 9 and you're on again. And because I listened to you on the way during the day going to pick my daughter up. I'm going, is he on 24/7? Is there ever a time they don't rerun this show?
No. Well, I told you the funniest thing was for 3 years.
Right.
Jim Miller had to say as we were finishing, if you missed any of our show, we're coming right back for another 4. So
unbelievable.
I used to tell people to call the replay. I can't get through. I said, call the replay.
But man, I
Who's
know
man
you're
in
not
the dark. I see over there.
That's
Get
me.
Some lighting. Get some lighting.
You know what, Pat? I will. Hang on. I will. 1 second.
He's sticking up for the WNBA. I'm having a problem with him this morning, Pat.
Oh, I saw you and I heard you. You sounded parental there.
Well, sometimes you got to teach.
Yeah.
But I know you're not, and we'll talk about it more. I know you don't. And I get your reasons to not trust much better. I get your reasons not to trust first-year coaches, but man, Jesse Minter sounds like a guy that knows what he's doing.
He has a tremendous advantage. He was there before. he has mingled with these players. They know him. It's not like he's got to prove his personality and his aptitude for the game. They all know him. Lamar knows him, likes him. So he's coming in with that advantage. It's no different than Joe Brady. How many parallels are there between Buffalo and the Baltimore? They have the same history.
Right.
Quarterbacks fight for the MVP award. They never get to the Super Bowl. They both fired their coaches who were winners. So, yeah,
the last 8 years, Pat, they've been exactly – I mean, neither one has made the Super Bowl, like you said. Yeah, it's
amazing how many parallels there are with them, and they live in a world. Well, there's a lot of guys that ruin careers. I mean, Brett Favre destroyed the NFC North coaches. They got crushed. Tom Brady crushed the AFC East. You just measure how many firings there are because they can't beat those guys. And now we're dealing with this stuff with Mahomes. Mahomes looked great, I have to tell you.
Well, I'm looking forward to talking Kansas City. So
Great.
We've got Kansas City, Pittsburgh, Baltimore, and Houston. So, all right, here we go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. I like to refer to it as the great 8 hour of the show. And usually it's Tuesdays and Fridays, but Pat is traveling the country, going to training camps from damn near coast to coast, or certainly up and down the east coast of the country and into the south. And Pat Kirwan joins us. Pat, NFL Radio, moving the chain, CBS Sports, the NFL Today Show. And Pat joins us now twice a week, courtesy of Pinchers, with locations from Tampa to Key West. Pinchers, where you cannot fake fresh. Good morning, Pat. Where are you this morning?
I am in a hotel room in Washington. We got in here late last night from where was I last? Houston. And now I'm here, and we're going to do a show with the Commanders today and then jump on a plane. Commanders have the Dolphins in with them, so we'll get a double dip here. Then we jump on a plane and go to New Orleans tonight, and they will scrimmage with Jacksonville tomorrow. So lots of football teams, 4 teams in 2 days. There'll be a lot of notes on the transcribing notes on the airplane.
No doubt.
Catch up with everything, because I have to worry about what questions you're going to ask me.
No problem. Well, a lot. That's for Pittsburgh, Baltimore, Kansas City, and Houston. He was in Pittsburgh, but had not talked with the Steelers when we spoke with Pat last on Friday. So let's start there. Aaron Rodgers, and he's got a deep threat receiver. He's got Pittman as an over-the-middle guy. Does Aaron Rodgers still have a deep ball in him, Pat?
Oh, yeah, he does. And he aired it out a bunch at practice. We had a great sit down with him. He was in a terrific mood. And, sometimes he's not, but lately he's been in a good one with us the last 2 years. And he was flipping the ball all over the place. And he's knows it's the last hurrah. And I think he's given it everything he has. He's in tremendous shape. He's in a good mood. He's enjoying stuff, Mark, that, usually you get tired of the locker room, the guys playing video games at night. He's doing it all. He is absolutely engaged with the football team. And I think he kind of admitted to me that, when Mike got the job, he said, I got to go out with Mike. And he said, we have a couple of things we had to iron out. If you recall, Mike had given the play calling in Green Bay to someone else, I think Clemens, and then he took it back from him and all that kind of stuff. But they're in a great place together. And Mike called his career in the fourth quarter. So I don't know if he's here for the long haul, but they are going to go out and try to do this. And they got enough talent to be a problem. And I'll say this about Rodgers. He could not stop talking about 2 or 3 of his offensive linemen, those young kids, Frazier and McCormick especially. So they're in a good place. He's in a great place. And he likes his weapons, I can tell you that, between DK and getting Pittman in there. And he likes Bernard. So he's got receivers. He loves his tight ends. You're the one who loved Darnell Washington.
Yes.
He can't stop talking about him. So they got enough ways to get you if you want to try to compete with them. And they won the division last year. No one thought they were going to do that. They were picked to come in third. He won the division. He expects to do it again.
Well, Pat, I want to ask you about exactly that because, all the lip service and he can enjoy the last hurrah all he wants. Can he actually get this team back in first place in this division? I mean, we've talked about how the Bengals have underachieved. The Ravens have had some injury luck the last couple of years. Like, can Aaron Rodgers still play at that high enough level to make the Steelers a first place team?
Yeah, he can. And, the division's not what it used to be, right? So let's take a breath here and think about what they were. And they were a great division. The Bengals had gone to a Super Bowl. Baltimore is hard to beat. Pittsburgh was always viewed as below those two. And then Cincinnati's defense fell apart. I went right from Pittsburgh to Baltimore. So I love when I back up the competitors. Same thing I did with New England, go right to Buffalo. So I think Pittsburgh has a plenty of good chance to take over here and do a good job. They can rush the passer, and they're too deep in the outside linebacker world. And they can rush from the inside as well. I don't think Baltimore has the pass rush that these guys have. So that'll be a big factor in my mind. All you have to do is look at the teams with a lot of sacks and see how successful they are getting to the postseason. So I would not bet against Mike McCarthy. You got a veteran coach come in with a football team. I like Jesse Minter a lot. He's terrific to talk to. But it's his first swing at the plate of being a head coach. So give me the pass rush, give me the veteran coach.
All right, when you look at Baltimore, and I loved your interview with Jesse Minter, he obviously knows what he's doing, and as we mentioned just before we started, he's been there before, so not only does he know some of the players, but he knows the building. He knows the owners. There's a relationship that I think is easier for a first-year head coach there than perhaps for a first-year coach that's walking into a brand-new building. But with that being said, who's the guy, who's the coach he leans on? I don't worry about him on the defensive side of the ball, but what do you think about just his management skills, how this offense will work with what they're trying to do with Lamar? Because obviously this is a team every year that expects to go to a Super Bowl, even though they never do. So when you look at Lamar with him and now this version of Baltimore, what are you thinking?
Well, I do think the guy has leadership skills. I don't know, he's kind of in the same mold as Mike McDonald out there in Seattle. Both guys, learned how to coach football from the Harbaugh brothers, and he's been around. I think part of the answer to your question is I think he's going to be sorely missed in Charger country. There's a couple of things that I wish they had not done, which they're doing. They don't really, Patrick Ricard is an unsung hero guy, and he's not there anymore. And that will have some impact on Derrick Henry, because Derrick talked to me for a while about how much he liked running behind Ricard. And people, oh, yeah, okay, big deal. But no, that was a big deal for him. I thought Ronnie Stanley, let's just do this. Ronnie Stanley, 32. The center, Pinter, 30. Mark Andrews, 30. Smythe, 31. Derrick Henry, 32. On defense, Hendrickson, 31. Calais Campbell, 131. They're not a young team.
That's a good one. That's good.
Well, so, they got an older team, which in a sense is experience, but now try to keep them all healthy. Yeah, Rodgers is 42. I get it. But this is not a young team in Baltimore. They paid an awful lot of money for Zay Flowers. You tell me, is he a top 5 receiver in the NFL?
No.
God, no.
No. So they've done a couple of things like that. I thought Ronnie Stanley had, he was competing, I'll be kind here, competing against Trey Hendrickson in practice. Hendrickson looked better than I've seen him in a while, but there's another older guy. They're getting Matabuki back, and he is a key piece for them. When he went down last year, where'd the defense go? Right out the window. So he's going to be fine, and that'll help them. I think it's a 2-horse race. I don't think Cincinnati's defense is going to get up to par with these guys. And I'm tired of talking about outscoring everybody. The NFL, you got to play defense.
Yeah, and I guess that's why you like the Steelers as much as you do, and that makes sense. But I want to ask you a little bit, segue into the Bills just a tiny bit, because we talked in the break about the Ravens versus the Bills and the parallels there between those teams. And I think I know your answer, but I want our audience to hear it. Who would you rather be going into this season, the Buffalo Bills or the Baltimore Ravens?
Well, I think there is more pressure, and I said this before, there's more pressure in Baltimore on their young coach, Jesse Minter. And why do I say that? Sean McDermott went home up in Buffalo. He's not going to coach till next year. Out of sight, out of mind. The guy who was in Baltimore went right up the road to New York. And if let's say there's a slow start, if there's a slow start in Baltimore and there's a fast start in New York, you watch where the media goes. You know, the media that tried to run John out, those guys, you watch where they are with John if he experiences some level of success early in the season. So I think there's more pressure in Baltimore than there is in Buffalo.
Now, how about to double down on this just quickly? Which quarterback has more pressure on him, Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen? Because I think they're in similar situations, Pat.
Yeah, they carry the football team, right? They put the whole team on their back and they run around athletically and win games with off the record, off the chart play calls. You know, okay, the play that the coach calls isn't there, so I think I'll take off and run. And I'd say this, I think Josh has done a better job. He's maybe not as flashy. He's kind of a power runner, drops his shoulder, runs cornerbacks over, but he does get in the end zone a lot. And if you study Lamar, it's not going in that direction. And the one thing I'd say is Josh can sit in the pocket and throw the ball. I think Lamar still does not have a great love affair with the pocket. And he likes to get going. He told me if it's not there or we're in trouble, I'm just taking over, which he basically meant I'm going to start running again if I have to, which is okay. But it hasn't proven to work. So I don't know. I think Lamar, I mean, look, they're both MVP guys, and we get all the parallels between them. No, I think I don't think Lamar has a great set of weapons. Mark Andrews is getting older. He looked a little older when I was watching practice. And I think that those kind of things will add up because there is no doubt that Lamar looks for Mark Andrews in the red zone all the time.
All right, you were at a couple other camps, Kansas City and Houston. Let's talk about the Chiefs because, Pat, you had so many questions, and we've got about 90 seconds. We'll continue it after the break. But you had so many questions about the Chiefs, line of scrimmage, both sides of the ball. I understand Mahomes looks better, but just give me a quick rundown on the offense for Kansas City, their receivers, Kenny Walker. What are you seeing with the Chiefs?
Well, I was on a flight to Kansas City with Eric Bieniemy, who was coming back to be with the team after the unfortunate episodes at his home. He's terrific for what he wants to do, and I think he's kind of like the guy that Andy needed most right now. Mahomes threw over 200 passes at the one practice I was at. 200. He moved well in the pocket. He scrambled around. He actually still will take off and run. When I saw that limp in his gait about 2 weeks ago, I was concerned. I did not see it, and I did not take my eyes off that guy during practice. They were out there for a long time, and he was chucking the ball and moving. A couple times I saw him, and I brought it up to Andy. I said, Andy, he was sliding to the left, sliding to the right. He was really figuring out if I have to stay in the pocket more because they want me to, these are the things I'm going to do. But when it came time to run, he could run. So I was, look, most people think that they're the third place team in their own division. And I would think that we should keep them right there for the moment. But with Jesse Minter, not a Charger country, maybe these guys will be better. I would say that the offensive line issues are kind of the biggest question mark, and that it always has been. But that kid that they stole, and I mean stole, from University of Indiana, the undrafted kid, Benson, he is phenomenal. And I said to the Veach, what do you do? How do you find this guy?
He's Pat Kirwan. NFL Radio's moving the chain. CBS Sports, the NFL Today Show. More with Pat coming up on the other side. We'll talk about the Texans And we'll talk a little Washington Commanders and Miami Dolphins. He's going to see a joint practice today. Some joint practices yesterday led to some fights. Surprise, surprise.
The Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
All right.
Oh, you're there. Okay.
Yeah,
You got me?
I had to run and take my morning pills.
All right. Well, I just never trust hotel internet stuff.
I understand that.
Yeah, Houston was fun. Stroud and I got into it a little bit. I like D'Amico Ryans. He's a good guy.
I loved that interview with him.
He's the real deal as a human being, and his ability to communicate with his players. They if he says stop, they stop. They love the guy. I am up to 62 interviews. I'm so tired.
I bet. Trust me, I get you now. This is for the first time in a while. This was never. I don't ever consider this much work doing this. It's been work the last little while with everything going on. So I hear you. I hear you. It's.
Yeah, Pat, you're a legend. I try not to fanboy out too much, but you're an absolute legend. Doing all this travel and talking to all these people and covering it as well as you do.
Well, I like doing it. When I finally get tired of doing it, I won't do it ever again. So I don't know when that day is going to happen, but
yeah,
it's fun. And look, it's Sirius Radio. It's an NFL entity in a sense. And I ask for guys and we get them. Whatever I ask for, I get.
Yeah, that's the part. And I do think you've meshed well with Jacob. I think he's done a good job of being able to step in, because it's hard for anybody to step in. You've worked with different people, but you and Jim were together a long time. So stepping in isn't easy. And I think he's done a nice job to just kind of do it smoothly, which I don't think is always easy.
Agreed.
Well, and I'd say this, going on the camp tour, no, we hit it off pretty good right away, but going on the camp tour, so we're with each other day and night, And you land up doing a lot of talking. You land up talking about a lot of different things. And I think we just look. I've only had 3 partners in 25 years.
Right.
I had Tim Ryan for 10 years, and Jim for 14 years, and now I'm on to this thing.
Well, yeah, when you can gel off the air, that comes through when you're actually doing the show.
Yep.
So.
And we never rehearse. We never talk. We never call each other during the day. We just go. But I think he likes that I said, look, I know you're going to read the commercials, but you're not here to set me up. I'm here to set you up as well. So when I see a subject that relates to you, you're getting bombed with a question.
Well, I do want to go because I heard you guys talk. That's kind of, it was funny because we had our fantasy thing last night. And I asked that of our fan, Dr. Odo. He's smart football guy, and I don't think he got my question completely, because listening to Minter and what he was saying to you guys, and I know you don't care about fantasy, Pat, but when I'm listening to Minter talk about all the 12 and 13 personnel and the way defenses have changed, it kind of makes me think the league's going to be a little less scoring. And like you just kind of said, this outscoring thing, I don't know if that's going to be it right now.
You got to play defense. Got to rush the passer.
I would say the number one thing that was common to almost every stop was the amount of teams, almost all of them, that are loading up with tight ends and fullbacks.
Here we go.
And they're getting ready to pound it.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000.
We continue on with Pat Kirwan, Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Trent Bally sitting in the co-pilot seat today. And we started talking a little Kansas City there. You said they're in third right now in the division and probably keeping them there. Defensively, they don't have a pass rush, or at least I don't think they do. Chris Jones is getting a little long in the tooth. He didn't play hard all the time. So when you look at the Chiefs on that side of the ball, what did you see in camp that makes you think it can be better than it was a year ago? Or are you pretty content with what Spags does on that defense?
Well, Spags gets a lot of mileage out of guys that are good players, not great. Like, he gets a lot out of Karl Loftus, guys like that are just steady, dedicated to doing it his way. Big scheme guys, so you got to be pretty smart to play for him. I did get a really good time talking to Chris Jones. I should send it to you, Mark, because he sat down with Spags, the two of them, and I knew they got along well. So I wanted to do something with him because I think Spags kind of loosens up Chris and vice versa. So I'll send it to you. It was very interesting. Chris was in a great spot. What I did say to him, though, was, listen to me. And I said it right in front of Spags. I said, down in New Orleans, they reduced Cam's workload. They took about 10 to 15 plays a game off his resume, and his production went through the roof. And I said, I feel that way about you. I just think you're a phenomenal pass rusher, but you got to be out there for all these down and distances. I mean, a lot of people don't know that most defensive linemen are playing about 50% of the plays, except if your name is Chris Jones. And then you're out there for 78 to 80%. And so I think it was an interesting conversation. I said, you don't have to believe me, but go check what they did last year and see what they did with a guy who was getting a little older and how well he played, got the double-digit sacks, et cetera. So it was a good conversation. I was dying to have it with them, and they were in the mood to listen. So I threw it out. And they did not push back against it. Neither did Chris. I said, you can call Cam. Go ahead and call him in New Orleans and ask him how it went when they cut his workload. So I think that's something that I keep my eye on, not because I said it, but it's because it's true. They're notorious for playing, game plan defense. So what you see this week is not what you're going to see next week. You can't play there if you're dumb. I'll just be blunt about it. And they kind of count on guys that are going to be smart. And Spags basically weeds them out way before now in the draft process. free agent. He knows who the guys are because he's had them before. He prepped them for the draft before. So they're going to be okay. They won't hurt themselves on defense. Once I saw Mahomes, I started thinking, I probably have him a little low here in regards to how many games they could win. I mean, last year was a disaster. You tell me, both of you guys, you take a team that's won all those Super Bowls and they have a 6-win season, they're going to have an edge on them. They're not going to surrender to that. Whether they get back to 14 wins or something, I don't think so. But can they get to 10 to 11 wins? Yeah.
Well,
yeah,
that's
the old cliche of worst to first. You know, I mean, the Chiefs, if it weren't for the Raiders, would be the pick.
Yep.
Absolutely. And you
your
talk
team
about
up there in Detroit, they'd be the pick too.
Well, you talk about the defense of the Chiefs, and I guess I just want to switch to the other side of the ball quickly because that's the other big question with the Chiefs is just the weapons because, you know, some off the field issues, but also Mahomes is coming back from injury. Like, how do you feel about the Chiefs offense, let alone their defense? Because I know you said they're not going to hurt themselves defensively.
Yeah, the receivers are fast and not dependable, right? So we have Rasheed Rice. We all understand what's going on there. I thought Tyquan Thornton looked pretty good at practice. They can get vertical, those guys. And that is something they didn't do last year. Go look at that yards per attempt, yards per catch. It was a lot of dink and dunk, but these guys will get down the field. That's the first piece. The Kenny Walker stuff. He hates being called Kenny, and I can't believe I just said it. Please call me Ken or Kenneth. Don't call me Kenny. Write that down in case he's a guest for you.
I will.
He is a good receiver. And Pete Carroll told me when they drafted him, he goes, I couldn't believe what a good receiver he was. Expect him to be a guy that's going to catch 50 to 60 balls besides running the ball. Now, with Eric Bieniemy there, back to what I said to start this segment on these guys, they won't drift away from the run because I think Andy knows Eric will go toe-to-toe with them on keeping the run game alive and doing stuff with it. So I'm expecting to get their money's worth out of Ken Walker, and he'll run the ball. They'll run the ball more than they usually do. Kelsey looks to me like he's kind of like Rodgers. He's in his last hurrah to me. That's what it looks like. He's in pretty good shape. He said he's working his way into it. He led the tight ends in every drill. Every time they had to run to another field, he was the leader of that. He took all the reps. He went first in every pass drill. So he's not sitting around saying, I'm Travis Kelsey. He is actually trying to get ready to go. And so I think they'll be fine. They know how to play. I think it's going to be, I bet on 10 wins, and I probably wouldn't bet on 11 wins.
Boy, and they're going to need 10 to make the playoffs. All right. I do want to ask a little more general question because you've seen a lot of camps, and I've heard different coaches talk about this in your interviews when you've asked them. Pat, is this league goes in spurts. We're not scoring the way we were. And you made a little comment earlier about Cincinnati. I don't want to hear just they're going to outscore everybody. When you're seeing coaches and you know, you've talked about 12 and 13 personnel a lot. You've talked about fullbacks a lot. Is the way teams are approaching either on the offensive side of the ball or the defensive side of the ball, are you seeing a big difference going on right now that leads you to believe that scoring will be down, that defense will be better? Are there any things that you've seen? You've been to about 9 camps now that make you have an opinion of what the league's going to look like this year?
Yes. Thanks for asking, because there's always a trend, and, you know, things that were passé 5 years ago are back in fashion. So what was it? Check the draft. How many tight ends were drafted? How many tight ends were signed as college free agents after it? And I'll use Houston to drive this point home. Last year, they kept 2 tight ends on the roster. Right now in camp, they have 7 tight ends in camp, and they're going to keep 4. So they're a good example, and they have a fullback. So between fullbacks, which not every team, but almost, I would say 7 of the 9 have fullbacks on the roster. New England had 2 fullbacks, and I think Buffalo might have had 2 as well. So you're seeing fullbacks and tight ends, and people are beefing up to run the ball more. And why? Because, A, they saw Seattle in the Super Bowl. That was referenced to me by a coach. Did you see what Seattle was doing? Yep. That's the first piece. But the biggest piece is that defenses got small. Everyone, and you can think about this, Trent, think about how small some of these linebackers are, 225-pound Mike linebackers. Well, Mark's not as old as me, but we remember when there were 250-pound linebackers.
No, I believe you. I believe you. And if I can wrap it back around to the Chiefs for a quick second, Pat, I want to ask you who's going to lose their fastball first, Travis Kelce or Andy Reid? Because I think Mahomes can play another 5-6 years. I don't think the other two have that in them. Who's going to go first, and do they go together potentially?
Yeah, no. Andy to me was energized. We had lunch down there yesterday in the cafeteria. He was very excited about coaching right now. He loves being with Mahomes. I think he's kind of tied to Mahomes until if his health gave out, that'd be different. But he's looking good. Lost some weight. He's got Eric back with him. He's very sensitive, and his friendship with Eric is a lot deeper than just coaching. He likes Brett Veach. He loves Spags. So he's got his band together. Mick Jagger never quit, did he? He kept the band together, and that's what this feels like. And they've got Mahomes, so I think he's not going anywhere. And I think for the sake of my betting here, which I don't bet, but I'd say Kelsey's in the last year of his deal.
I don't know if that makes Kelce Charlie Watts or Bill Wyman. I'll try to figure it out during the break.
You know what? That's your assignment for Friday.
I love it. All right, Pat, we'll get into dual practices after you've seen some more of those by Friday. Enjoy Washington today, and we'll chat again on Friday. Thanks, Pat.
Take care, boys.
Pat Kirwan, NFL Radio's Moving the Chain, CBS Sports, the NFL Today Show. We go to Lions camp next.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. Capecops.com. Be brave, be best. Be Cape.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Core-Tech and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Hey, Mark, we'll talk after the show, but I'll work on the interviewing skills. I can tell you get frustrated sometimes with.
I just when he's at certain camps, I don't want to.
Yeah, I know.
We did Buffalo last week, so to do Buffalo, we didn't even get to Houston. I want to keep going forward, and you keep going backward, and that just it's like advance. That's all. It's just
I got it. I tried tying in Lamar with Josh Allen, but
I understand that, but he was at 4 camps, and we never got to Houston.
Yeah,
we not one CJ Stroud question, not that's all. And some generalizations. Get specific with Pat. You can dig into football. It doesn't have to be this is Pat. This isn't the generic NFL question. You can dig deep with this guy. Pat knows every single player. He goes too deep everywhere. So when you ask Pat questions, you can dig deep with Pat. Pat wants to get into specific nuts and bolts football. I mean,
I got to work on that, and I will. I promise.
Andy Reid versus Travis Kelce. Come on, that's that. You ask that to some Kansas City guy that we get on with Pat. Let's dig into football. Our audience wants the knowledge that Pat can give. That's what I just want. I want to get into. I want to get into those issues. That's where if you want to say, hey, Rashid Rice was in prison, his bad ankle, who's going to catch the ball for Mahomes? Okay, but I want to keep going forward. When we keep digging back, we had 5 camps to get to and never got to Houston. They're in the same division as the Jags. We're on in Jacksonville. So that's important for where our audience is, if you know what I mean.
I do. And you told me about that yesterday. We talked about that already, that they're a team that has a lot to talk about, a lot to discuss. So I just want you to know I welcome the self-evaluation, the constructive criticism. It helps me. It does. So
All right, Anthony, you got us?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Always got to make sure these things work. I think you understand that.
Oh, yes.
I've gone from kind of, and Trent's great and he's helping out, but I've gone from co-host producer to main host producer at the same time because everything is done. I actually have a home studio and we send it to all of our affiliates from my office, which is great because the commute's pretty easy.
I love that for you. We're all about an easy commute. We do not want to be driving around. That's perfect.
Exactly.
Good morning, Trent.
Morning, AB.
How are you, partner?
I'm good, man. Excited to talk Lions with you. Thanks for joining.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Absolutely, man.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Thanks so much for listening. Trent rocking the co-pilot seat today. And we continue on with our NFC North talk. We did the Bears yesterday. We'll do the Lions today, Packers tomorrow. And then we'll finish things up with the Vikings on Friday. Anthony Bellino works with WJR and covers Michigan sports, even a little Toledo sports. I could slide down a rabbit hole and have him start comparing Detroit ponies with Tony Pacos, and I could go down a rabbit hole really quickly. But Anthony, good morning. Thanks for joining us. How are you?
Good morning, gentlemen. Life is good as we get ready for our first preseason game already on the docket for tomorrow night. It comes so fast, doesn't it? It's like the off season was there and it was gone in a blink of an eye.
No doubt, no doubt. And look at the Lions, Trent can't get enough Lions. Trent thinks that he bleeds Lion Honolulu blue. I'm from Michigan, but I'm old enough to never trust this team. So I'm already a little bothered by what's happened in camp. This has gone, to me, honestly, I don't know if it could have gone much worse, because I think there's a lot of pressure, Anthony, on this offensive line. You're moving Penei Sewell to the other side. You got a rookie and Blake Miller starting. You bring in Cade Mays, the center, and he's already out for what looks like it could be a few months of the season, maybe 3 months of the season. So honestly, from the standpoint of the offensive line, could this have gone any worse so far?
Well, I mean, in the words of the United States Navy SEALs, right, it always gets worse before it gets worse. So there's always that optimistic outlook on things. But to be honest with you, moving Penei from right to left doesn't concern me at all. If there's one guy that can do it, it's Penei Sewell. And then to go draft a guy like Blake Miller, a guy with over 5,300 collegiate snaps at right tackle, that's exactly the guy that they wanted. Inside the den, which is the One Pride Productions, the Lions video production element. They took you inside the draft room, and that was the target. Blake Miller was the guy all along. They didn't have to move up to get him because they were willing to go do that. They threw a lot of smoke out in the draft about other guys that they were interested in, but Blake Miller was the guy that they wanted. Does it concern me to have, a freshman and sophomore, using collegiate terms, having a rookie and a second-year guy in Tate Ratledge at right guard? Does that concern me with some of the youth and inexperience there on the right side of the line? Sure, of course it would, especially now that you have Cade Mays, who is supposed to anchor this thing with the fractured bone in his wrist. 8 to 10 weeks is what we believe, according to Ian Rappaport, NFL Network. That's going to be the prognosis as far as how long he could be down. So maybe he comes after the bye week, which means he'll miss a lot of time, but he won't miss a divisional game if we're trying to look at things sunny side up. That would be a positive. However, you do have Juice Scruggs, who you were able to acquire from the David Montgomery trade. Now, I know a lot of people are like, who is Juice Scruggs? He's a guy that, I think it was 1 through 8 last year, graded out as the 8th best center in the league. And I think that Houston just had a really bad development process with him because they were playing him all over the place because their offensive line was a total mess. So if Juice Scruggs gets back to his natural center position and, Hank Fraley, the offensive line coach for the Lions, he can maximize the potential there. That's really good. I think the left guard is that position right there is a big question mark, though. Christian Mahogany did a great job last year. He even broke his leg, missed a few games, and came back and tried to play on it. He's a warrior when it comes down to it. But they drafted Miles Frazier, a guy out of LSU, who they seem to really, really like. But there's been some questions there about who's going to be, the long-term guy at that left guard spot. So long answer long. Yes, there are some concerns on the offensive line. Yes, on paper, it is improved from last year. And yes, the Cade Mays injury does hurt some things.
All right, Anthony Bellino joining us on Miller and Moulton. I want to ask you, it's kind of hard to not look at the David Montgomery. I mean, they were iconic. The Sonic and Knuckles, they were the thing, right? The 1-2 punch at running back. Can Isaiah Pacheco really step in and cover that David Montgomery role, or is it simply just Jahmyr Gibbs getting more touches?
Well, Coach Campbell said in his media availability on Monday that they are going to basically run the hell out of Jahmyr Gibbs. I mean, he said that they are going to test him to see how much he can work. So that's surprising. I mean, maybe we'll see Jahmyr Gibbs start to get in that 250, 275, 300 carry range. But, I think that at some point you still want to keep the 1-2 combination. Isaiah Pacheco dealing with an MCL sprain right now, so he should be good to go by week number 1. But definitely you want to have 2 threats in the backfield because you want to keep Jahmyr Gibbs as fresh as possible throughout the course of not just the season, but from a game-to-game basis, right? I mean, you want him as good as possible in the fourth quarter as he is in the first quarter. But there's a reason you committed, the $67.5 million, the highest paid running back contract in NFL history to Jahmyr Gibbs. He's a game breaker. He is the guy that this franchise has been waiting on since Barry Sanders retired. I mean, that's just point blank period. We have not had a franchise running back since Barry, and Jahmyr Gibbs is it. But do I think they'll miss a little bit of David Montgomery? Yeah, sure. I I absolutely think that they will. I still think it's surprising that David wanted to leave. I mean, think about it. Even a down year in Detroit was just as good as his best year in Chicago, and you're getting the ball less, you're taking less hits, you're still getting paid the same. Like, I don't know, it seemed like it was a win-win situation, but he wanted to be more of the man. He's going to get that opportunity in Houston. And Pacheco on a 1-year deal, he's got to prove it, and that man is a large individual. Isaiah Pacheco is a lot bigger in person than what I expected, so I'm excited to see him when he gets back out there on the field.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I've been hearing the same things, that the folks that see him say he can run between the tackles every bit as well as Montgomery. So time will tell there. Look, at last year, Dan Campbell took over the offensive play calling. It didn't work. He admitted that. It was, it's a lot of coaches can't do that. Dan Campbell's great at running that team. He's back to doing that. But now another OC. I know it's a lot of the same verbiage. Talk to me about where we're still kind of in this post-Ben Johnson transition. Where is the offense as a whole in your estimation?
Best spot it's been since Ben Johnson left, to be honest with you. I mean, Drew Petzing has come in. The players have been very, very receptive to him. And you can really tell this year because, one, in camp, they've looked great. They all look like they're on the same page. Everybody understands everything. The improvement from guys like Jameson Williams is very, very clear cut. Like, he's put in a lot of work this offseason, and there isn't a lot of confusion. Like, everybody knows exactly what's going on. And two, there aren't really a lot of questions about the offensive coordinator as there has been in years past. And usually if people are asking a lot of questions, that means that there are a lot of questions to be asked. This one just kind of seems like Drew Petzing has been around and like he's been in the fold, and that's a very good thing. He seemed to fit from day one. Jared Goff seemed very, very comfortable with Drew. And the one thing I'm really excited about is the way that Drew Petzing wants to use tight ends within the offense, getting Sam Laporta back from his back injury with the herniated disc. Very excited to see with Jameson Williams' development overall as a receiver, and with Amon-Ra, second-year wide receiver Isaac Tesla really coming on strong. If you have those three options plus Jahmyr Gibbs in the backfield, what will that do to open up Sam Laporta, and what kind of headache will that cause defenses? Because a lot of times your best defense is a really good offense, and a lot of times if your offensive line is struggling, the best way to help that out is to get that football out fast. We've got the weaponry in order to do that, to help Jared out from an offensive line perspective, where he's got a lot of options between the line of scrimmage and the first down marker, that he can get that football out quickly, and this team can make some plays. So I think from an offensive coordinator perspective, this team is about as in the best possible shape they could have been in since Ben Johnson left for Chicago.
Well, let's flip to the other side, because you talk about Petzing and you talk about the best defense might be the best offense, but let's talk about that defense, because they just signed Devin White. We know the secondary's a mess, whether it be injuries or off the field stuff. Obviously, you've got Hutch. Ali McNeil has come out and said he feels a lot better. How do you feel about the defense and the Lions as a whole?
I probably feel more optimistic than most. Kirby Joseph not with the team, dealing with a personal issue. I don't know what that's about. That raises a little bit of a red flag right now as well. He and Brian Branch still on the same timetable, and this team does a really good job of, helping players kind of protect themselves from themselves. So they're not afraid to take their time when it comes back to returning from an injury. They're not going to rush a guy back. But I think that they do have some depth in the secondary. But, losing Terrion Arnold to an attempted alleged burglary and kidnapping, like, who had that on their bingo card this offseason? Not this guy. I can tell you that much. I was not planning on having that. But what's really interesting is they released their depth chart. And people are like, oh, a depth chart, whoop-de-doo. Well, the depth chart no longer has the Lions' base defense as a 4-3. A 4-3 defense where 4 down linemen, 3 linebackers, for those that are following along at home, that was a defense that they ran over 62% of the time, more than any other team in the league. And if you turn the clock back to that Pittsburgh game, that base 4-3 is what has Alex Anzalone running down the field trying to guard Kenneth Gainwell on a wheel route, where that football sticks into that man's forearm and breaks all of our hearts when the Lions lose a very winnable game to the Pittsburgh Steelers. So from a mentality standpoint, it looks like Kelvin Shepard and company are realizing, hey, you know what, maybe our base needs to be the nickel. Maybe we need to add one more defensive back onto the field where that can help out not only in coverage, but also be able to, maybe take some of those mismatches off the field that we were facing last year. I think with Aleem McNeil, Tyleek Williams in the middle, it's unfortunate that Derek Moore, their defensive end selection, is already dinged up. It's unfortunate that Jimmy Rolder at linebacker, who got picked up in the draft, he got dinged up, and that's what brings in Derek White. But overall, I do feel relatively good about where this defense is at. But the secondary is going to be back to Legion of Whom, right? Because a lot of people are going to learn a lot of these names for the very first time, and it's going to be interesting. But they're guys like Avonte Maddox and Thomas Harper, Rock Yassin, DJ Reed. They're guys that Lions fans know, that this defensive staff knows that are capable. And I think with a better pass rush this year, that's only going to help out that back five.
All right, I'm going to call a quick audible at the end because I know you do some work with the University of Michigan. Obviously, this is a competent football coach this year. That changes everything. Does Underwood make the necessary advancement with this coaching staff that they need? Because there's a big three in the Big Ten. There's a big question of whether USC, Michigan, Washington, Penn State, who's that fourth team if the Big Ten gets a bid? To me, if Michigan's even in that conversation, it's on Underwood, and we find out when they host Oklahoma, week 2 of the season. What are you hearing about the signal caller for the Maize and Blue?
He looks good right now, but then again, he looked good last year. I think that we have a much more capable coaching staff that's actually going to develop him. I'm telling you what, guys, when you look back to last season, you look at a quarterback where in week 1, it's like, okay, we've got some raw talent here. This is going to be great. And then in, the final game of the season, you're like, this guy looks exactly the same as he did in week 1. Where the hell? You beat Michigan State and you threw for less than 70 yards. What kind of Pop Warner football club are we worried about? Then again, you have your head coach messing around with the secretary. So it's like, oh, no wonder we can't, develop anybody. We're too worried about developing our Friday night plans. That's an issue. So all that being said, this is a much better situation for Bryce Underwood as a quarterback and as a man to have. The biggest controversy surrounding Michigan is the fact that Kyle Whittingham, when asked if he hates Ohio State, he's like, hate's kind of a strong word, and everybody's up in arms about it. We finally have an adult in the room, a guy that's focused on football. They've hit and surpassed all of their weightlifting marks. Were we not in the gym last year? Did we win 9 games and not lift any weights? What the hell was going on in Ann Arbor, gentlemen? Nobody knows. But this is the year for Bryce Underwood. And for whatever reason, if it doesn't work out, hello, Tommy Carr, the grandson of Lloyd Carr, right? Legendary Michigan family. His brother's over their quarterback in the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. So, yeah, there's a little bit of heat on Bryce Underwood. Maybe for the first time in his life, he's going to feel the pressure from within the program that he has to perform. They bring in a 5-star running back on Savion Hyder. They've got a really good offensive line. They've got very capable wide receivers where hopefully this year the wide receivers don't have hands like feet and they actually hold on to the football. But I am very much looking forward to Andrew Marsh. Big question is, defensively, you send a lot of guys into the NFL draft. Can this defense keep up? I think that Penn State, you mentioned the Nittany Lions, my boy Matt Campbell, former Toledo Rockets head coach, that man is an absolute saint. He was the one that invented the phrase, trust the process. It wasn't the Philadelphia 76ers. It was Matt Campbell of the Toledo Rockets. I love that man. Penn State's going to be a problem. I'll never trust USC. That's a sunshine and rainbows kind of program there. Wait till they got to play in the North. Big Ten's absolutely getting 4 more teams into the playoffs.
Well, I will say not only Whittingham's got to figure out, but when Underwood says Ohio State's just a loss, lose to them again and find out how the Michigan fan come on. When the coach and the quarterback are saying Ohio State's just a game, you're worrying me because I know I'll bet you Zingerman's Deli sandwich that's got a few people in Ann Arbor pissed off.
It makes sense with the coach. He's brand new, but Bryce Underwood came in and he was talking about the fact that, he's never going to lose to Ohio State. Well, what happened? One drubbing and all of a sudden it's like, it's just a game and they're just a different team wearing different colors. No, it can't be that. It's got to be more than that. It has to mean more than that inside the program because when the rivalry fell off and Ohio State started to bludgeon us for 2 decades, what happened? it felt that way. It felt like, oh, this is just another
Yep.
game. Ohio State has never taken it that way. The team that prioritizes it the most, the team that puts the most into it is usually the team that wins that football game. Young man, probably not the greatest thing to say, although I kind of understand it. Downplay it as much as you can right now. But as Coach said, they're always doing drills that focus on Ohio State, throughout the course of practice. But yeah, I don't know if you say that stuff out loud.
Anthony Bellino covers Michigan, covers the Lions for WJR in Detroit on Miller and Moulton.
Buying or selling a home? Put a local expert to work for you. I'm Mark Miller with McWilliams Buckley, and I believe real estate is about more than transactions. It's about helping people make the right move, from pricing your home to negotiating the best deal. I'll be with you every step of the way. Call or text me today, 239-425-5582. That's 239-425-5582. Experience, local knowledge, and a personal difference. That's what I'll bring to the table.
The Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller & Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller & Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest. Now try the best. Miller & Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Oh, Paula. That cold air is getting to you. I don't know if the ice in the glaciers has melted part of your, has frozen part of your brain or what. I don't know. Now, Michigan can go 10-2. They got to beat Oklahoma to do it.
In Michigan's defense, and I can't believe I'm starting a sentence by saying that, they've had Ohio State's number. So we'll see. After Ohio State had their number for 10 years, see, I can't help myself. But listen, Mr. Spivey, I hate the University of Michigan just as much as the next guy. Okay, so
no, Trent, you hate him far more than anybody. Like you.
I know, and I leave that
not
off
as much
the air,
as not as much as.
Well, I'm trying to leave it off.
You don't. You don't leave it. It spewed out of your mouth a couple weeks ago. I mean, you think Sharon Moore and Jim and and Mike Vrabel are like the two worst humans that have ever walked Earth. I can play the tape.
I'm biting my tongue because I know. I don't want to bore the audience with
Paula, he said it was just a loss. It's Ohio State. The right answer, Paula, is that it is burned inside of me, and it's all I think about until I play them next.
I hate those guys, and we're going to beat them next year. That's what you say.
This isn't being hard. This is being honest, Happy. I'm not yelling. I'm saying it in a very calm voice, but
Hey, listen. Okay, let's get one thing straight right now. Mark and I have a very good social relationship, okay? Like, we talk after the show. It's not just like we log on and do it. And Mark's one of my mentors, so I'm taking all the cues I can. But
and by the way, that's the exact bottle you were talking about, by the way, Javier.
The Cancer one?
That's the Penelope that I have. It was given to me by the man that created the bottle is actually a Michigan. I think he's a Michigan grad. He is the marketing guy for Penelope. His wife that passed of cancer, her brother lives in Southwest Florida. He got a hold of me when I was at the Hope Lodge and sent me up 2 bottles of it. So
in the thick of it?
Yeah.
It's kind of ironic, though, that you can't really drink it.
I had one. I've had a drink.
I know, but I mean at that time.
Yeah, well.
When they send it
to you. As long as the liver numbers are Good Friday, I'll have a drink Saturday. I can assure you. How much time we got? 45 seconds.
Lomas just texted me and said, is it possible to do something tomorrow? We could talk Gators with him or college football football at large.
I don't let me just hold on. Trent, just stop.
I'm sorry.
Let me check.
Sorry.
Gotcha.
My bad.
Yeah, 8:38 tomorrow would be awesome.
Okay. I will text him back after this break or this segment.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Final hour of the show today. We've talked a little Lions, a little Michigan there as we went to Detroit for our last segment. Pat Kirwan joined us to talk NFL training camp. He's been all over the place. He is in Washington today. They have a joint practice with Miami. So excited to talk to Pat on Friday again when we get into those dual practices. I really want to spend some time about what he's seen because he's not only going to get that one, but he flies to New Orleans tonight. They have a dual practice as well. So we'll get some good info from Pat again on Friday.
That's got to be nice for Pat, by the way, just quickly, because he gets to not only knock out 2 birds with 1 stone by covering 2 teams and talking to 2 coaches and all that, but he's seeing the joint practices, which, as we talked about, Mark, our poll question, you can vote at Miller and Moulton on Twitter or on X. Would you start your starting quarterback or your stars in the preseason? He's seeing the actual hitting, you know what I mean? The actual pads, the actual running of things. So that's got to be fun for Pat right now, for someone who loves football as much as he does.
So the Rams are the favorite to win the Super Bowl this year. And when you get into the odds and comparing them, because this is in a lot of ways, they are an all-in team. You know, they obviously, they've kept Stafford on. They went and got Myles Garrett. There's talk of, you know, what's going on Aaron Donald on the defense coming back. So I don't know if this qualifies as quote unquote a super team, but it's close. And I bring that up because recently an article was done looking at essentially some of the gap of odds between the Super Bowl favorite and the rest of the league. And because you are the Super Bowl favorite and you have much greater odds than the rest of the league, will you win the last game? Like, they have them here in order. The 2017 Patriots had the biggest gap, 11.5% of their odds versus the next closest team to win the Super Bowl.
And the Eagles beat them that year, right?
Correct. They got to the last game and they lost to the Eagles.
Nick Foles, by the way, not just Carson Wentz, who was maybe going to win MVP before he got hurt. They lost to Nick Foles. That should just be noted.
2007, again, it was the Patriots. This is the second biggest gap in odds. They also got to the final game. They lost to the Giants that year. The 96 49ers are next. They got whooped by the Packers in the divisional round. The Rams in 2002 are the next team. Well, it didn't go that well for the greatest show on turf because they didn't even make the playoffs, largely because of injuries. Kurt Warner only played in 7 games. They lost a couple of big players, and Orlando Pace missed a bunch of games as well. The 09 Patriots are next. They lost in the wild card round to the Ravens. The Packers, after that in 97, when they lost to Denver in Super Bowl 32. The Niners in 1990 lost the NFC Championship game to the Giants. The 08 Patriots, well, that's the year Brady got hurt in the season opener. They don't make the playoffs. And then you get to this year's Rams team. So by odds, those are the teams that they are ahead of them from an odds standpoint. As you go down the list, there's only a couple of them that had these great odds that ever won the Super Bowl. The 94 49ers whooped up on the Chargers in Super Bowl 29. And the last one was the 18 Patriots, where their gap wasn't nearly as big, but that's the game that they lost, or that they beat the Rams. And I lost all that money because Greg the Leg there, Zerline, missed that field goal late. I had 3 and 6 on a board. It would have only paid $8,000. Not that I remember that game at all.
I think the final score of that game was 13-3.
Exactly right.
That was one of the snoozers of a Super Bowl that I've ever watched.
It's the worst one we've had until last year.
It's bad. It's really bad. And at the time, I think Todd Gurley was like the best running back, the best thing since sliced bread. And he kind of petered out like 2 or 3 years after that. So that Super Bowl is notable to me for a couple reasons.
So a couple of things that are going against the Rams. And again, I think we have had, I don't know a problem, but we've had a habit, and maybe it's a problem, that we put a lot into the schedule before games are played. Because certainly you can think a schedule's tough and it doesn't work out to be nearly that. But obviously, according to, ESPN's Football Power Index, for what that's worth, the Rams are projected to face the second toughest schedule in the league. Obviously, you've got the Seahawks and the Niners in their division. The crossovers aren't easy. So and I don't know, I think, I think it's kind of laughable when you peg one team with Super Bowl or bust.
Right.
Because every team, every year for the most, there are 5 teams, 6, 8, what are we at about? I think we have 5 teams in the AFC and we have 3 teams in the NFC that we talked about last week that we don't think have a shot at the playoffs. The Jets and Dolphins, the Titans, Browns, and the Raiders in the AFC. Is there any other team outside of those? Denver and the Chargers and the Chiefs all think they're playoff teams. Doesn't mean that you think that, Trent. But would you agree they think they're playoff teams?
Correct.
Heading into the season. The Bills and Patriots think they're playoffs team heading into the season. The Colts, the Texans, and the Jags. If you got to remember, the Colts were 8-2 before Daniel Jones got hurt. So they certainly think they're playoff teams. And Cincinnati, Baltimore, and Pittsburgh always think they're playoff teams.
And it's hard to throw someone in from the NFC North, but I would put the Vikings in there too. I think they think they're playoff teams, and they won't be.
Right now, I only think that there are in the NFC. I think the Cardinals, I think the Giants, and a lot of people are higher on the Giants than and I think the Washington Commanders. I don't think those three teams have a shot at the playoffs. I think everybody else does. You're way more down on the Vikings than most people. I think it's a little bit of your jaded thing towards the Lions, because let me ask you, who has the best defense in that division?
Well,
in the NFC North.
Probably them. You're exactly right. I just don't know. I'm basing a lot of it, Mark, on that division. You're exactly right. Like, I think the Lions are. I think the Lions are going to resurge. I think the Bears are going to be fine. I think they'll take a step back, and then the Packers are the Packers. So if you look at the four teams in the division, it's like I just don't. The Vikings just had a quarterback battle. No one else is really battling that right now in that division. So I just look at them as like they're fighting an uphill battle. They might have a great defense. I don't know if it's going to win them many games.
And I know what your answer is going to be, but who's the best coach in that division?
Dan Campbell. It's Dan Campbell. But I would say a close second is Kevin McConnell. And then
O'Connell.
O'Connell, my bad. And then a close third is Matt LaFleur. There's a lot of good coaches in that division, because I think highly of Ben Johnson too. And if he's the worst coach in your division, you're doing just fine.
Right. And I think if you talk to a bunch of people, I don't know if Dan Campbell's the most liked coach in that division. I think everybody loves his mentality, and you might be right. He might be the best coach, but I don't think. I think it's that index card that referee used to determine the first down a few years back. I think it's that close between a lot of them. I think if Kevin O'Connell's the quarterback whisperer that people say that he is, and he gets anything out of Kyler Murray, everybody believes by week 12 they're going to be back to JJ McCarthy. I don't think JJ McCarthy ever takes a snap from center as the Vikings starter. I don't think he's the backup this year. I think he's the number 3, and I think he's on the way out. I think he's a bust.
Yeah, and I do too. And I guess I will agree with you on this. Like, yes, I have Dan Campbell at number 1, but it's like a 55% confidence rating as opposed to O'Connell. But even then, like, I think LaFleur I just think hasn't proven much since Aaron Rodgers. That's my thing with LaFleur, is I don't think he's proven enough since Jordan Love took over 4 years ago for me to put him at number 2 or 1. He's not 1.
I'd put him at 4. I would.
And you
if I were to rank them, I think O'Connell and Campbell are 1 and 1A, and I think Ben Johnson's coming up on the outside fast. And trust me, if they win the division this year again, and we did this same vote at the end of the year,
I would give it to him.
Even you with your Honolulu blue glasses would have to strongly consider Ben Johnson being the best coach in that division.
Yeah, and I want that on the record. I would. I would bow down to Ben Johnson. I would say, you are the best coach in the NFC North, sir.
But if we're going to, so if you even want to throw the Vikings there, that's 9 teams that you don't think have a shot at the playoffs. I think the Vikings have a shot. So if you have a shot at the playoffs and you get in the tournament, well, then it's Super Bowl or bust for all of those teams. So I don't necessarily like that phrase. But my point was, when you look at the Rams and you look at the team who's the favorite to win the Super Bowl, and they are in rarefied air when it comes to favorites and all-time rankings of where their differential is between team 2, we've only had 2 out of all these great teams ever win the final game. So I think we'd all probably go, Rams of the field. I think we'd all take the field, but it's hard enough just to get to that game, let alone win it. So the Rams, you combine a very difficult schedule, a very difficult division, and then the improbability that when you're the hunted, that you can actually win the last game. There's a lot to be said for what's going to happen this NFL season. We are 4 weeks away from the start of the National Football League season. Wednesday night, I don't know if you like it or not, but they're going to play every damn day if they can help it. Seahawks and Patriots, the rematch to start the season on a Wednesday night. Tomorrow, everybody starts getting their preseason games in. There's a bunch tomorrow, and we'll have more NFL talk on the show tomorrow. Lomas Brown going to join us, some more Lions talk, maybe even a little Gators talk with Lomas Brown. He'll join us tomorrow. Miller and Moulton, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Today was a day when. 25 minutes away.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller and Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller and Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest. Now try the best. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Is that a country show, Javier? And good for you, by the way. You gonna do any good meals there? There's some good food there, man. The Loveless Cafe for some. Oh, right on. All right. There's some what Loveless Cafe, I believe it's called, with the red eye gravy. Good spot. Good spot, my man. Trent, do you have a clue what we talked about first? Oh, you don't even have your headsets in. Yeah, the Loveless Cafe. They're known for their red-eye gravy, the breakfast, country ham and red-eye gravy. Trent, do you remember what we did first segment? And you have hit the mute. That's not me. So you got to unmute yourself.
Sorry.
First segment, 7 o'clock hour. They just got all the podcast stuff up before we did the magic numbers and the fevers coach. I don't remember what the hell we talked about.
Is that when we did the NBA stuff? The Pistons on Christmas Day? No, that was the starting five. Yeah. I'll go back and look.
No, it's not that important. I'm posting without it. I'm not going to lose any sleep over it. I got to get this up. They literally just got all of the first 2 hours up. So I had not posted anything until now.
Okay.
I'm not going to lose any sleep.
Well,
over
I mean,
it. It's not
just
that
offering.
important. And obviously, since it's your daughter, Javier, I would say to go to Tootsie's, but you can't take her to Tootsie's. And Tootsie's isn't even the same anymore. It's not a dive. It's
Javier, go to Big Jimmy's on 2nd Avenue. It's not that far from Tootsie's. It's right there, right off Broadway. That's where my brother plays.
He's got his daughter with him, so I don't know how many bars he's going to be able to hit.
You can hit that one. You can get in at 18 under.
Oh.
I'm just letting you know. I mean, yeah, go check
Gotcha.
out my brother. Let him know you know me.
Then they'll throw you out.
I was just going to say that might not be a great thing. Big Jimmy's, yes.
Oh, 3rd and Lindsay's a great spot.
I love Nashville.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
See what happens? I get busy with other stuff. I let the old rejoiners come back to me. That's on me. We'll get there eventually. I got to get all new stuff here. Miller and
Moulton. Not even a week, but it's also nostalgic already. So
no, we've got to advance. And I hate saying that, but I don't like saying one thing and it being another. That irritates me as someone doing the show. That that's a personal thing there. And obviously I wanted David to do the show forever. There's nothing that I wanted more, but unfortunately that's not the case. David retired on Friday due to health reasons, and Trent filling in the co-pilot chair here every day but Tuesday. We will figure out Tuesdays. We'll figure out a lot of things going forward as we move on with Miller and Moulton. We thank you for your continued support of the show. We can thank you for listening. Those in Jacksonville and Tampa are like, well, I barely got to know that guy. He hadn't been on here that long. But so a lot going on. Appreciate everybody's patience. Hope everybody that made it to the Fantasy Football Summit last night had a good time. Doc Roto had a lot of good information. I don't want to spoil it because people paid to see that, but it was interesting to see some of the takes he had. He didn't think, well, I shouldn't say that. He was going to wait. He was at more of a wait and see approach with the league becoming more defensive because, Pat, and that's why I wanted to ask Pat. You listened to Pat talk about at camp how many tight ends teams are having. Like even the Lions, I looked on their depth chart. They've got 5 tight ends listed right now. Now we know that's not what's going to be on the team when it's all said and done. But the Lions and that's the funny thing, they've obviously were able to score with Ben Johnson, and Chicago's able to score with Ben Johnson. But, to me, one of the more, infamous plays in Lions history was the tackle eligible play that didn't end up working
against
because who was ruled ineligible. And I only bring that up because when we think of when people think of this most recent version of the Lions and they think of the Bears, they think of trying to open things up and wide open. Well, Ben Johnson loves having 3 tight ends on the field.
Yeah, he does.
And the Lions got good. How? Running the football, a great offensive line. and 2 really good running backs. So, Chicago, Swift had a bit of a resurgence last year. They've got 2 nice running backs. They've got a couple of really good tight ends, Loveland and Kmet. So it is interesting because I think your first impression, particularly with Amon St. Brown and Williamson going deep, but I mean, you heard Anthony talk about it. Laporta being healthy at the tight end spot. Pacheco, a lot bigger than people thought. Pat Kirwan said the same thing when he was at Lions camp. So I'm fascinated by what I've heard from Pat, what I've heard from other coaches. The interview with Jesse Minter was fascinating. They're talking about how defenses have changed, and now that counterpoint of what offenses are doing to change the way they attack versus the smaller linebacker. How do you do that? Tight ends and fullbacks. So it's the game of chess that is football is ever evolving, and I'm interested to see on a lot of fronts. I like fantasy football. Some of you don't. Some of you just like to gamble. Hey, are you going to play more unders early because the league's a little more defensive, and will Vegas catch up quickly? So those are some of the things, big picture, that I'm looking at going into the season.
Yeah, and there's no secret that fantasy football is more offensive driven. I mean, you get a whole lineup on offense. You only get one defense, and it's the whole team. So I guess it's kind of the same, but not really. But I understand why people are more offensive driven. And Mark, I think you bring up a really good point with teams kind of like falling in love with an embarrassment of riches. You know what I mean? Like they just have so many weapons that they don't know what to do with. And for me, it's like, yeah, we're getting back to old school. We're running the ball. We're throwing to the tight end. And that's why I kind of am reluctantly higher on the Chiefs this year than most are, because you got Mahomes coming back healthy, and we know he can run the ball. It doesn't matter who their running back is. And then you've got Travis Kelce still, and he's still rock solid. And if you've got those two, and you've got an offensive-minded Andy Reid, offense wins football games. It just does. I know people want to say defense wins championships. I would always err on the side of the best offense.
Let me ask you this then, just on that division. You rank the offenses right now. We'll throw the Raiders out. Broncos and what they have offensively.
Yeah.
Chiefs and what they have offensively. Chargers and what they have offensively.
Okay, so first of all, and I know you agree with this because we talked about this, I think the Broncos have one of the best rosters in the entire NFL. So I would put them at number one.
No, but I'm just talking offense. I'm just talking offense.
And I am too. But I guess I'm just saying, like, they, as a whole, have a great roster. So I'm not going to put them any lower than 2, okay? But I'll put them at 1. And then I'll put the Chiefs because by default, and I hate doing this, I'm not a Chiefs fan. But look, Mahomes is coming back healthy. And you've got Travis Kelce. And you do have speed weapons, okay? And then I would put the Chargers. Just because... Mark, we've talked about this in the past, about the Chargers and everything. And, like, I know that you've had a past of kind of rooting for that team, but just for fun. And it's been a joke, and we poked fun at you. But
no, it's not a joke. I've liked the Chargers since I was a little kid, going back to Jefferson and Joyner and Kellen Winslow. No. I liked this team because I was not a Lions fan growing up. I never was. I don't have that in me.
I guess my point on the Chargers is they haven't proven anything. So I'm not going to say them any lower than or any higher than 3.
All right.
You know what I mean? Is that fair?
Well, I would have the Chargers ahead of the Chiefs. And I think your point on Travis Kelce, I think you are going to be proven dead wrong on your take on Travis Kelce, because I think he's, David made this point. He's good in the red zone. Last year was his lowest production since 2015. He had 76 catches last year. He had 108 targets. In 2022, he had 152 targets. He's not as fast. He's much older. He's a great red zone threat. Rashid Rice rehabbed in prison.
Yeah. But let's back up to Kelce just for a second, Mark, because could I argue that I think Mahomes only played, 6 games last year? or
Right.
eight games or something. So could I argue that Kelsey's production was just a lack of Mahomes? Like they mailed it in. They don't care anymore.
Well, I think you could argue that. I think you would say if a backup quarterback comes in, who's the first guy he's going to look at to throw the foot? What's the safest throw for a backup quarterback? I would think it's the tight end.
The tight end.
That would
especially
be
if you got a good tight
to
end.
you. Now, Xavier Worthy to me has not proven that he's been that good. Rice, how many games is he going to play? Okay,
I don't know. Probably
when's
8.
When's he gonna start the season? Now, are they gonna? Is Andy Reid really gonna run the football? Do you really? I mean, going back to Philadelphia and to Kansas City, do we really trust Andy Reid to be a guy who's gonna go run first?
Okay, no, and that's part of the reason I believe in that team, just based on the weapons. And Mark, I'm not even, we'll get into our predictions like weeks ahead when the season gets a little closer, but like I'm not even a huge Chiefs fan. I'm just simply saying I think, Mahomes coming back, he's the best quarterback in football, point blank, period. It's not Josh Allen, it's Patrick Mahomes when he's healthy. So
you can't say that. You can't just when he's healthy. When he's healthy.
Yes.
Okay, are we sure he's healthy week 1? So
that's a fair question and that's a fair concern. But I guess, Mark, my point is when you have speed weapons, you have one of the greatest tight ends of all time. I don't care what the running back situation is. The Chiefs always protect him pretty well. At least they have in the last few years. I think they'll be fine.
So you think the Chiefs are a playoff team?
Yes. With a bullet. Yes.
Miller and Moulton. They got it. I mean, Denver's winning that division. I'll write that down right now. So they're playing for a wild card spot. Can they get there? Absolutely. But I don't think it's as easy as Trent does. We wrap things up with Today Was a Day When, the good, the bad, and the ugly, and what's on tap next.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best. Be Cape.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Well, and Kirwan has a love affair with Mahomes. He doesn't. He said it on the show many times. I won't bet against Mahomes. No live bullets yet, so I'll believe it when week 1 comes. What is it, Denver week 1? Go beat Denver. Then you're going to impress me. Now I got to play the Chiefs. Now you're forcing me into the Chiefs schedule game. They're 3-1 at the bye. Whether or not they lose to Denver doesn't matter. They're going to beat Indy, Miami, and the Raiders. They come out, man, they play Denver twice early. That's crazy. Could be 4-0 at the bye if they get Denver at home. I mean, if you say they're going to split with Denver, I can see 11 wins on this schedule pretty easily for Kansas City. I really can when you dig deep. No, I don't think that's possible, Tim. But it's a great question. Appreciate the question. They could get 3 out of this division. I will say the difference between the first and the third place schedule and the Broncos and KC. No, it's not more work. Not at all. Not at all. This stuff I love. Trust me, this isn't work to me. The work is having to crank out a starting 5 halfway during the middle of the day and either getting up at 4 to do the rest or doing it late at night. I was beat last night. Yesterday was a long day. That's the longest day I've had doing this crap in a long time. Well, I do think, Javier, getting in the tournament's all that matters. But Denver, Denver's the 1-1 seed that to me makes things interesting because going to Denver in the playoffs is tough. It is. Tommy Morrison said it, the altitude. Got to be a longtime listener of the show for that one. No, I had a lunch with my accountant yesterday. I came home from lunch and I sacked out for like 10 minutes and she called me and I was expecting another call and I don't even have a phone on ringer. The vibrations wake me up. And I jumped up and it was her and I couldn't go back to sleep. So I had ice cream.
So you actually did fall asleep though?
For 10 minutes.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't know if that constitutes a nap in my world.
I don't think it does either. That's a snooze.
And trust me, it wasn't even I don't even consider it a nap from the standpoint of I didn't really get to, if that woke me up that easily, if the vibration of the phone woke me up, it didn't feel like much. Trust me, I was beat yesterday. Trent, are you going to be able to post hour 4?
I can, yeah.
Okay. If you can't, let me know, and I'll bring my computer with me.
No, I definitely can. I just,
okay.
What time does it usually? I forget, like 10:30?
It'll be up by 10:30.
Okay.
Yeah, because I got to bail out of here quickly after the show today.
Okay.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Wrapping things up on a hump day edition. Pat Kirwan joined us earlier. We did talk some Lions and Michigan Wolverines. I know Trent absolutely loved that I transitioned from his favorite team to his least favorite team. But Anthony Bellino, joined us on the show and broke down the Lions. I will say you must have loved Anthony because he outweed you in Lions talk. There were a lot of we's there.
Yeah, a lot of we's. And he works for the team. He's on the field. Every time you go to a Lions game and you're at Ford Field or a home Lions game, he is down on the field. He does the, in between timeouts and stuff. He does the entertainment on the field.
Gotcha.
So I give him a pass for that. I mean, he can say we. I shouldn't say we, but I do because I'm an idiot. But Anthony Bellino can say we as much as he wants when it comes to
so he gets a check from the Lions. You get a check from the Lions. You can say we. I agree with that.
There you go. Yeah, there you go.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
We start in 1851 today when Isaac Singer patents the sewing machine. The Singer sewing machine. There you have it. 1877, Thomas Edison impressed himself, reciting Mary Had a Little Lamb on his newly completed cylinder phonograph, a device that records sound onto tinfoil cylinders. 1908, this Ford guy built his first Model T, and he tested it on a hunting trip to Wisconsin and northern Michigan. Hope the roads were probably the same then as they are now in Michigan. A lot of potholes.
Listen, I knew the Model T thing. I was hoping you would actually bring that up because I was going to if you didn't. So,
look at you doing a little homework.
It's a big deal.
Today in 1930, Clarence Birdseye was granted a patent for the method of quick freezing food. Birdseye frozen dinners. Eisenhower raised the minimum wage today in 55 from 75 cents to $1 an hour. Here's karma for you. Today in 1966, a couple of things happened. The first was Lennon apologized for saying the Beatles were more popular than Jesus.
That's a big one.
We've been apologizing for a long time for things that we really don't need to apologize for. But this is karma. In Longview, Texas, because of those comments, I started with that for this reason. Radio station KLUE holds a Beatles bonfire to burn Beatles records and memorabilia. Yeah, the next day the station was struck by lightning.
Do people really not have anything better to do?
In 1966, Trent, in Texas, John Lennon said he's more popular than Jesus, and a radio station in Trent, trust me, this is 60 years ago, my friend.
I get it now. I'm just saying, do people really not have anything better to do than get together and burn stuff?
I mean, they burned disco records in Chicago, so don't the disco demolition. Tigers won the game by forfeit. 1970, Curt Flood would change baseball, but he did lose his antitrust suit against baseball. It would eventually lead to free agency. 1973, Nicklaus wins his third of 5 PGA championships. It was his 14th major, surpassing Bobby Jones' record of 13 majors.
Is he the greatest golfer ever?
Yes.
We've never talked about this, but I didn't know if you were a Nicklaus guy or a Tiger guy. So,
well,
I had to
it's
ask.
not that I'm either. To be honest, I'm neither. I'm not. I don't like one more than the other. I don't dislike one more than the other. The best golfer of all time is Jack Nicklaus. One, he's won more majors. Two, if you look at the seconds and thirds that he had, it's ridiculous.
Okay.
Tiger could have been, but between the 9-iron and the driveway and all the injuries, it never happened.
Yeah, okay. Well, it's out of my frame of reference, so I was just asking. And I know you're a big golf fan, so go ahead.
1978, sad day in football. A lot of you will remember this. It was a preseason game when Darryl Stingley was hit by Jack Tatum, suffered a spinal cord injury, left him a quadriplegic after the hit. 1981, Don Estridge unveils IBM's first personal computer, priced at $1,565 with 16 kilobytes of RAM. Metallica released their self-titled album, their 5th album, Metallica, today in 91. It opened at number 1 on the charts. Enter Sandman, The Unforgiven, Nothing Else Matters, all on that album.
Mark, I could name the track listing in order. I know no one wants to hear that, but that album is formative to my rock fandom, and yeah, that's Metallica's best album. It is. People think they sold out. They didn't sell out. Their first 3 albums are incredible. Their 4th album had no bass on it, and then they came out with the Black Album. It's great.
94, Major League Baseball players go on strike. It would last 232 days. The 94 World Series would be canceled. First time that it happened in 90 years. Tiger won the PGA today in 07 at Southern Hills. Rory won the PGA by 8 today in 2012. Today in 2016, Katie Ledecky set a world record in the 800, killing the field, and her medal tally of 4 golds and a silver makes her the most decorated U.S. female athlete at one Olympic Games.
When people talk about the greatest single athletes of all time, solo athletes, it blasphemizes me, Mark, how she's left off a lot of the lists. They talk about Phelps, Usain Bolt, Serena Williams, all worthy of it, of course, but she somehow gets left behind in the conversation.
Koepka becomes only the 5th player to win 2 majors in a calendar year. He had already won the U.S. Open when he beats Tiger by 2 in 2018 for the PGA. And I think this is worth bringing up just because of now what we know. Today in 2021, Kawhi Leonard re-signed with the Clips to a max 4-year, $176 million contract.
I remember it like yesterday.
Don't know what Daktronics and the other companies paid him, but turns out it was a little more than $176.3 million, just for what it's worth. Christy Mathewson, baseball trend. Cecil B. DeMille, movies trend. George McGinnis.
Yeah, Pacers legend.
Okay, Sixers as well. And Miss Cleo, which how she didn't know she was going to die is beyond me. All would have celebrated birthdays today. George Hamilton is 87. I have no idea how tan he is. Sam Rosen, 79, the great hockey announcer for the Rangers. Mark Knopfler, 77.
Yep.
Okay, just checking.
I know that one.
Sir Mix-a-Lot is 63. Pete Sampras, 55. Casey Affleck, 51. Plaxico Burress is 49. And Tyson Fury, 38 years old today.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What do you got, Mark?
For the good, we go to Cape Coral. How about that, huh? That doesn't happen much on this show. Braylon Beckers is an 18-year-old, and he started cutting neighbors' lawns, wait for it, for free. He's mowed over 50 lawns for free. You see, Rodney Smith is the owner of Raising Men and Women Lawn Care. He cuts lawns for veterans, seniors, and people with disabilities for free. And Rodney mentored this young man, and now the two of them, along with others across the country, have participated in this, the 50-yard challenge, which Rodney started, an action to call 50 yards for free in their communities. Good work, young man. Not good work, great work. Good for you.
Great intentions. Yes.
For the bad, we go to Hialeah, where deputies caught a man stealing avocados. We know it wasn't David Moulton because he hates guacamole. In this case, it was Daniela Cruz Gonzalez, 37, who was stealing avocados in an avocado grove in Hialeah. Brooks Tropical was the place. A total of 142 avocados valued at $852 were taken from the grove. And finally, the ugly. We go to Brevard County in what's a really goofy story. Shirley Zimmerman was upset at a therapy horse because of its behavior. So she stabbed it several times with a knife and then started whipping the horse.
Okay, I love and hate where this is going.
She did this in front of a child who was there to ride the horse as a therapy horse.
Shoot us.
When deputies arrived, she said the stab wounds were, and I quote, cat scratches.
Oh, God.
Not to mention the horse was apparently severely underfed. It was apparently a 3 out of 9 on a body scale, 9 being a healthy horse. You work your way down, 3 is not a healthy horse. So she was arrested on 2 counts of animal cruelty. And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. Great pay, great jobs, other jobs available. CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com. Obviously, lots and lots of baseball today. All these series that started either Monday or yesterday continue. The Rays and the Athletics afternoon game, 3 o'clock. See if the Rays can continue on. They've had this, 8-game winning streak. They're minus 215 with Rasmussen on the bump today for Tampa. Pirates at the Marlins. That's a 6:40 start. What else we got today? Orioles and Twins. Phillies and Cards. Zach Wheeler on the bump for the Phillies. They need this game as now they are 3-team tie for the last 2 spots for the final wild card spot. Diamondbacks.
Hey, Mark, can I ask you a quick question? Because I know you have Pittsburgh ties, but you also kind of have a soft spot for the Marlins. Like, who do you pull for?
I don't have a soft spot for the Marlins. I don't care about the Marlins whatsoever. I think they could pick that franchise up and move it tomorrow, and no one would give a damn.
But if it was
Pirates, I love the Pirates. I love the Pirates because of 1979, the We Are Family Pirates. When my Tigers sucked, I love Dave Parker. I love Willie Stargell. I love those Pirates teams from way back in the day. So I've always liked the Pirates. My wife's not a Pirates fan. She's a Yankees fan. She fell in love with Derek Jeter a long time ago. Who could blame her? They were they're the exact same age. So she's a Yankees fan. She actually got excited last night when I put the Yanks on and they scored 4 in the 7th. So no, I have no loyalty towards the Marlins whatsoever. The Rays I like their announcing crew. Like Kyle Seeloff that comes on the show from the Marlins is great. Yeah. But the Marlins mean nothing. I mean, would it be great if they won? Would anybody show up? I don't know. I mean, it's a franchise that you could get rid of tomorrow. They don't spend any money. They build a new ballpark that they basically sabotage. I mean, and David Sampson got that ballpark done. They put it in the wrong part of town. I don't know if the Marlins ever work. I really don't. Let's see what else we got today. Astros and Giants, an afternoon game. Big one for the Astros. Brewers try to win. They've lost 2 to the Padres. They play this afternoon as well. Tigers and Guardians. Second game of that set later this evening. Cubs and Nats. Mariners and Yankees. Red Sox, who are now on a little bit of a losing streak, trying to pick things up against the Jays. Braves hosting the Mets. White Sox, who lost last night, get the Reds again today. And the Dodgers and Royals, the late game, along with Texas and the LA Angels. So that's what's happening tonight. Tomorrow, well, there's preseason football. There's some golf going on. We've got sports starting again on the weekend set. But baseball today, the Tampa Bay Rays try to continue on and close out this series with the Athletics. They have been just dominant on this swing. 8 in a row. Can they make it 9 today? And can the Yankees, they were able to get it done. They were losing last night without getting a lot of hits. They scored 4 runs, big for them. Red Sox need to find a way to win. The Blue Jays have owned the Red Sox this year and have won the first 2 in this series. Lomas Brown to join us on the show. That's what I have for now. There will be more. Oh, we've got Packers guest as well. We can't do Lomas at 8:38 because you've already got your Packers guest at 8:38.
I'll figure it out.
We'll do Packers and some more Lions talk with Lomas Brown. He'll talk some Gators as well. Former Florida Gator on the show tomorrow. We'll figure out what else is going on for a Thursday on Miller and Moulton. More training camp news to get to. Hope you have a great rest of your day. Trent, thank you, sir. We'll do this again tomorrow morning, not 6 a.m. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
Buying or selling a home? Put a local expert to work for you. I'm Mark Miller with McWilliams Buckley, and I believe real estate is about more than transactions. It's about helping people make the right move, from pricing your home to negotiating the best deal. I'll be with you every step of the way. Call or text me today, 239-425-5582. That's 239-425-5582. Experience, local knowledge, and a personal difference. That's what I'll bring to the table. Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000 depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best. Be Cape.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
The
sound.
Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real. If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller & Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller & Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest, now try the best. Miller & Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
This is Miller and Moulton